What's going on, everybody? Good evening. Hope everyone is well. Thank you guys for stopping in here tonight. Tonight, have a very special guest here on the channel who sent over this blind flight. Keith Thompson is in the house, guys. Keith, how are you, my friend?
Doing good. Doing good. Glad to be here.
Hell yeah, man. Absolutely. Definitely looking forward to getting to this. And guys, tonight, I think this blind is just kind of like a giving some thoughts on some of these. I don't think it's going to be any kind of crazy kind of questions or anything. But again, going to be fun. I can't hang out too late tonight. I know I say that, but I really can't. I have to be in DC pretty early tomorrow. So, and it takes obviously forever and a day to get into the city, regardless of what time you leave. So, say hi to a couple people here in the chat. Dog says, cheers, everyone. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in. Grab your favorite pour and enjoy the show. John, thank you so much, man. I know I have something coming to you as well. Still kind of putting some things together. I know I owe you. So it's on the way. Just trying to get some stuff together. I've been extremely busy. Corn and Whiskey says, let's frickin' go. I know it's not the frickin', but it's the other one. Slapshots Roadhouse, good evening. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, buddy. Good to see you. Shauna Marie D's in the house. Cheers, Shauna. Good to see you. Medium Ugly. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Cheers. Katie Turk is in the house. Cheers, Katie. Ethan. Hope you guys are doing well. Enjoying some of that sunshine. I know over here it looks like it's about to pour. So Richie Z is in the house. Cheers, Richie. Good to see you, man. As always, Bourbon Baller Lee's here. Cheers, bud. Good to see you as well. So yeah, guys, tonight, like I said, we're going to be going through this blind here. Put out a review earlier of the new Larceny Batch B523. I don't know if anybody here has tried that, but that one definitely took me by surprise. I think that's a fantastic batch of Larceny for sure. So, Bourbon of the Week's in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you, buddy. Chris wound up Bourbon of the Week, so Chris wound up selling out of his Blue Note barrel pick extremely fast. I mean, just blew through that thing. So now I know he asked the question who he wants to partner with next, man. And I silently raised my hand. So that'd be cool to do a collab with Chris, man. That'd be awesome. Tater Dom's in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you. Fifth Quarter Tailgate. Cheers. I know your sample's coming out too, Scott, the one that you won. So there is still a handful I still have to get out. I know I went crazy with the giveaways, and I got like maybe 75% out. So I still have a handful to get out to everybody. But I should be able to do that Thursday or Friday. I took off those days. So, but yeah, so I got the Larceny, the B523. That review is out. And then I did the Bardstown Discovery Series number 10. I reviewed that. Keith, am I choppy?
No, you sound good, man.
All right. I thought it looks like on my end the internet's choppy, but like I said, it could be because it's about to pour here. So, and then I also so my buddy Joe Graves, who pops up in the chat, he found this Hughes Brothers Toasted Rye Whiskey. That was a collaboration with Kelvin Cooperage. So I reviewed that one as well. And that's another one that kind of took me by surprise. Really, really good stuff. Here, I got the K. Luke, the Batch 5. I still have to review this one, but I poured a little bit in the glass tonight to cheers everybody with. Cheers, Big Vic. It says, cheers all. Good to see you. No worries. I just sent out a giveaway from a month ago. I know. I'm telling you, man, it really is. It's very difficult to get some of these things sent out and have the time. And, I got to find like a steady supply of like bubble mailers. They used to have them at Target, and I used to grab them by like the big packages, but then they stopped selling them. And I was like, okay, well, so now they have them, but they don't have the bubble wrap on the inside, which doesn't really matter because I can kind of like extra bubble the inside. But I need to find like a steady supply of them, buy like a couple hundred. That way I'm stockpiled for a little while.
You got to reach out for a sponsor.
Yeah, I know. That'd be nice, right? That's a good idea, man. That's a good idea. I'm going to figure that one out. I don't think Target will sponsor me or the Up and Up brand, but we'll have to figure out another way around that. But yes, I agree. A sponsor would be great. Medium Ugly says first crack of the rye. Oh, the 3 of the cigar series about to go down. We'll see how it goes. Very nice. That's awesome. Peter B is in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you. T. Jarrett. Cheers, bud. Good to see you in the chat, man. Always good to see you. Evan Day is here. Simplify Marine. Good to see you. And then, still to review, I still have the OH Ingram, their rye and bourbon. I have to review that. I still have to review the K. Luke Batch 5. I am on the hunt for the K. Luke Batch 4. I really want to try. After having that in the blind the other week, I really want to try to find that Batch 4. That was an unbelievable pour. So I do want to find the Batch 4. What else do I have in there? I have something else in there to review too. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. Oh, that what is that rye called? Oh God. There's a rye. I forget the name of it, but I got to review that too. It actually it was that's the one that's finished in sherry, I believe. God, what is the name of it? Can't think of it, but I do have to review that as well. But what's everybody drinking tonight? What's in everybody's glass? I know, Keith, you said you started with some Eagle Rare, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Dusty, if you have a Sam's Club, they have them. Ah, okay.
Have you had a chance to try the Peerless High Rye yet?
I have not. I don't see Peerless around here at all, man. Like nowhere. It's crazy. I mean, my buddy Joe, he lives pretty close to me. He usually travels over to like the outskirts of Baltimore. There you can find some stuff there. So I have to ride out that way and see what they have. But
yeah, Cam was talking it up the other night, and it is really good. It's a little high priced. I think it's like $120 or something.
Yeah, Peerless is a little pricey, but it's good though.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
It has like this old kind of a dusty feel to it. I don't know. I said it was kind of like a poor man's pirate bottle. I don't know if that's true or not, but
okay.
Tastes pretty good for what it is. It's a little on the pricey side.
I'll have to see if I can find something. Whiskey Burbank says, "Damn, this Dusty dude is sexy." Thanks, Ben. Ben had a great Dusty find, guys. He found a. Well, actually, I don't want to spoil it. I'll let him. If you guys go and watch Whiskey Uncensored, he might go live and show what he found on Saturday. So I don't want to spoil it unless Ben gives me the okay. So. Cheers, Dan. I enjoyed the review of the B523 Larson business. Thank you, Evan. Again, I mean, that one took me by surprise, man, to be honest with you. I thought that right now to me is probably a top 10 in my top 10 whiskey so far this year. So I know that doesn't say much because like I can't say nothing's really surprised me, but there's been nothing that's been like, holy crap, this is freaking outstanding. I mean, I definitely have some good stuff that's in the top 10 right now. But yeah, I mean, I think that one's definitely snuck into the top 10 for sure. So as of right now. Shauna says she's starting with, so Wild Turkey 101. There we go. You can never go wrong with that. Peter B starting with some Russell's 10. J Max. Jared, I'm drinking some home blended Boo Rye, 2 parts Peerless Rye, 1 part Peerless Small Batch. Okay. Interesting. Let me know how that is. That sounds like it's going to be good. Well, cheers, everyone. Again, thank you for stopping in. I'm going to get into this K. Luke real quick. Give this guy a sip. So cheers to everyone, and then we're going to go ahead and get into this blind. Oh, man. That's good. That is, from what I remember, on the batch 4, I still have a little bit of that somewhere. I didn't finish all those samples. This one has a lot more like baking spice on it on the back end. God dang, that's really good though. Yeah, that's it. This goes on. I've been trying not to watch the reviews on it. I know that I think there's like 2 of them out there right now, and I don't want to go in and get any kind of feelings or anything like that on them. So it's no secret. Maybe you can show them later if I survive this Walmart. Yeah, Ben, that's fine. I can oh man, I'm not good at posting the damn links in here. I can post a link at the top for a little bit if anybody wants to hop on. But yeah, Ben found some really cool stuff. Some pretty dusty stuff. Some good hitters. I think this Boo Rye blend is really good. There's plenty of spice flavor with a little bit of sweet. Love the fact that Peerless names are single barrel picks. I found one called Liquid Truth. Yeah, we had so I went to Peerless a few years back with the Mashing Drum and My Bourbon Journey, and we went in and we got it was crazy. There was 2 single barrels there, and one was called Rye Tie and the other one was called Orange Blossom, and they were sister barrels, so they sat side by side in their rick house. And you talk about a night and day difference between flavor. One was like reminded me of rum notes, and then the other one literally had like a ton of orange on it and like slightly kind of floral. It was crazy, to be side by side in a rick house and have like that kind of flavor out of 2 different barrels is pretty interesting. So I think medium ugly cheers. Later I'm in Walmart. All right, Ben, no worries, man. Yeah, this K Luke's this is really, really good, man. And it's got a killer nose on it. Oh my god. I can nose this thing like all day. And I know they do a lot of blending from what I understand.
Yeah.
And you said you got yours, right? You ordered yours in time?
I ordered it. Yeah, it hasn't shipped yet.
Yeah, I know they're saying it's sold out. They said in like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
It was gone.
I just saw the email and clicked on it really quick.
Yeah.
They were comparing it to Four Roses limited edition, I think, on other streams. The batch 4. I mean, not the 5, but
that batch 4 was freaking fantastic. If anybody can find a bottle of that K Luke batch 4, let me know. Not only will I pay you, but I'll send you something as a thank you, because that bottle, I need to try it again, but that bottle could if I could find it, could place very high in the top 10. I mean, that beat out some crazy bottles. Very, very surprised by that one. But this is really good. You will not be disappointed with that, Keith. I'll tell you that right now. I do like it's like super sweet on the front, and then as soon as it gets to the back, there's a ton of different baking spices on this one. Like a lot going on. Super oily. That's a good pour. That's really good. Let's move this off to the side. Whoops. Try to get caught up here. Christopher David's in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you, buddy. I went to buy it and it's gone, says Tim. Yeah, it went really quick, Tim. It was gone, man, in an hour. I don't even think it took an hour, but 5 isn't as good. I'm so far fighting the K-Luke. No, I'm not saying it's not as good, but I mean it just has a little more baking spice on the back end. Like this is fantastic. Whatever they're doing, whatever kind of blending they're doing between the high and low rye, is to be talked about for sure. I mean, that's some really, really good stuff. And like I said, I'll get into a real review here soon. Like I said, I did a couple recently, so I got to do a couple more, but I'll get it out here soon. I try to do like 3 or 4 if I can, but I don't want to get too tanked, because I have to drive from here. So, all right, man, let's get into this blind.
All right.
So we got A through E. I know they're not the same pours because there's some color difference in here. So I know you didn't trick me that way. I know you said before there is no kind of trickery in this one or anything. So
there's no trickery. We'll just see if you go with your gut. It may seem like trickery when you hear the question, but just go with your gut.
Okay. All right.
The name of it is "Are You Finished Yet?"
Are you finished yet? Okay. All right. That gives me a little hint. Little hint here. All right.
Yeah.
Let's start with A. Start with A.
All right, and I'll drink along with you.
That smells fantastic. Whatever this is.
I know what I like, but I'm still not great at picking out all the notes and the whole thing. So it's good to taste along.
Yeah. Tim Corney says, enjoyed your larceny review today. I have a B523 and still haven't cracked it. Yeah, man. Like that bottle really surprised me. And I know there's a lot of reviews out there on it. And if I'm able to find something, I try to not watch the reviews on it. And then I'll watch afterwards to see, if people are getting kind of similar notes to me and what they think about it. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who feel the same on that larceny batch. So I'm a big fan of that one. The B batch. So I ordered the K Luke batch 4 from Sealbox and should have it within the next few. Damn, Dave. I should have. I don't know why. I'm so hard headed, man. Like you get a text and it's like, hey, you should order K Luke batch 4, and it's like, oh yeah, I will, and then gone. I'm so hard headed that way. I don't know why. I just don't like get on it and just get it done. But that's awesome, Dave. That's an amazing pour. I did it in a blind. I don't know if it was last week before. I don't know. It's all kind of blending together, but it beat out a lot of bottles. So good stuff. Mike Widener's here. What's going on, man? Cheers, bud. I like the nose on this one.
What are you thinking for age?
Man, it's tough.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Maybe 4 or 5 years.
I hope I didn't mix the samples up.
I don't know, though. That is dark, and the lighting in here is not the best, but let me give it a taste. Cheers, man. That is definitely not 4 to 5 years old. There's no way. Well, I like the middle of the palate there. It gets interesting, but then I do get some oaky kind of tannins in there on like the mid to back palate.
Mm-hmm.
After nosing it, I feel like it's like 4 to 5 years old finished, but by tasting it, I'd say that's almost like I'd almost double it at that point.
Yeah.
You definitely get some of those tannins in there, so you can tell there's a lot of there's some wood influence in there for sure. I don't know. I'll maybe say 10 years on that one.
It's a little ethanol forward on the nose.
It is a little bit, but I mean, once you get past that, though, there's a ton of just ripe fruit on this one.
I get a lot of cherry on there.
There's a lot of cherry on the nose, man. A lot of ripe fruit on there for sure.
And some spice on the back. Or
I'm a cheap date tonight, sipping on Rebel 100 rye. Nice price, man. I tell you what, that makes for a great cocktail, Mike. If you haven't tried that into like a Manhattan or even an old fashioned, that's a solid mixer in there for a cocktail. Mike Weiner says, "Hey Keith." Man, yeah. So on the nose is tricky. If you would have asked me just age on the nose, I would have probably flunked this one easy. But it just doesn't smell like it's old because it has these bright kind of fruits to it. There's a little bit of oak in there, but I would never guess that this is older than 5 years on the nose. Definitely some baking spices in there. There's some cinnamon in there for sure. But then on the palate, like it's super sweet up front, some fruitiness, and then like mid palate, it goes in like there's like some oak spice. I feel like there's some like a little bit of like some rye spice in there as well.
and it's actually changed quite a bit from what I remember. I haven't drank it in a while, so it's kind of interesting.
So the more I sip on this, the more fruit forward it becomes. It's very, very sweet. It's like caramel coated like cocktail cup fruit. Like that's what it kind of reminds me of on the palate. It's like just like pouring some syrup in there on that. And then all of a sudden, like on the back, like the back strip of the palate there, that's when like the oak and kind of like the baking spices start to kind of appear there.
Yeah, I can see how you would get. There is something youthful about the nose. It's like almost like a grainy, like crafty.
Yeah, it's weird, but like again, it's definitely a fruit dominant nose. Again, a little hint of like some oakiness in there, but I wouldn't. Like I said, I wouldn't guess on the nose that it's older than 5 years, but on the palate for sure. I'll go with 10 years on the for the palate, and
Are you,
that is a bourbon, right?
are you calling it bourbon or rye?
It's got to be a bourbon, right?
Yeah. All right.
All right, I was gonna say, man, that's Thank you, Richie, for posting that. Guys, that is my link to my Patreon. Again, I do plan on doing some really cool stuff with that here soon. Having like more of the patron only lives and stuff for like an hour or so, and patron only giveaways. I'm going to be doing the bottle giveaway for the end of the month. I still got to. I've been trying to get in touch with Ethan because he won the Elijah Craig bottle, but I've been trying to reach out to him to see if he wants me to pour it into a different bottle because the cork isn't super solid on those and it'll leak. So I just gotta know so I can ship that guy out.
A little bit choppy
to be
here and there.
Let it be.
What would you say for proof on A?
Proof on A. Oh man, I gotta go back. Let me go back.
And is it finished or unfinished?
Oh, it's definitely finished.
All right.
105 maybe. It doesn't drink hot. Now you got me double guessing. Is it finished or not? It's got to be finished, man. If not, that reminds me. Like if it's not finished, I would say it's like a no. But see, barrel is they're usually a little higher proof, huh? That's almost what it reminds me of with all the fruits on there.
Like a barrel.
Yeah. Oh man, B's got an interesting. There's an interesting note on B. What is that? Man, I don't know what that is. It reminds me of like a graham cracker a little bit, but then it's like there's I don't know what that is. Nice nose on B though. I like that. It's oily as hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
I know you guys can't see that, but man, those legs on there are just insane. Ooh. That's the aroma that I was getting it's a flavor that I'm getting and I don't know what it is. What is that? It almost like reminds me of like stewed apples.
I could see that.
You know, like
Yeah, I could see that.
man, what in the world? That's a little hotter for sure. I'd say maybe that's like right around that 110, 112 proof.
Yeah, it does drink a little hotter. You're right, but
Yeah, I mean a little bit. I mean not by much, but unless it's one of those is like a 140 proof, but
no.
it drinks like it's 110. Oh man, what is that? That is that the nose. Like, see, I like on the palate, I got like a little bit of stewed like red apple. Maybe I'm getting that on the nose too. It's just kind of it's. Hmm. Oh, there's some baking spices on there for sure. A little bit further away from the glass. There's a lot of baking spices further away. Man, I like the way this one coats the palate though. It covers the palate really well. Almost reminds me of like a. I know it's not. I don't think it's a wheated whiskey, but it kind of coats the palate that way. Nice, like it's kind of like soft on the palate. It's not there's no sharpness or anything like that.
Yeah,
I definitely feel like that's a bourbon. That's a bourbon. 100, I'll say like 112 proof. I don't know if this is finished or not. I'm having a hard time figuring out if this one's finished.
yeah, it's interesting how it comes off after A, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely drinks a little hotter after A.
But
Sugar Kitty says, meow, cheers. Good to see you.
I get some oak. I get.
I don't know if I could tell you an age on this. I'd probably go with like 7 years.
Okay.
And that's based off the palate, not on the nose. The nose, again, I would say would be younger. So I don't get a lot of that oak on the nose. But again, there is again some apple in there on the nose for sure. Definitely on the palate, but yeah, I'd say 7 years on that one. I'm gonna say not finished on this one.
Okay.
I'm probably wrong, but I'm gonna say not finished on B. I'm probably wrong. Whoops, make sure I'm not catching up on chat. Man, I feel like my video is choppy. All right. We are going to move on to C. So, guys, so next week, I think next Monday, we're going to go and do the how I did the bourbon blind, the showdown. I'm going to be doing the Rise next week. So I'm going to be getting the brackets for that set up. Just going to do a randomizer. And however they land is what they're going to be paired up as. So it won't be as many as the bourbons, but I know it's going to stretch across several weeks. But I can still, we'll probably still do some kind of live outside of that in between. That way it's just not that going all the way through. So that is, I'm going to do that next Monday. Along with the patron giveaway. So we're going to go ahead and get into the blind rye challenge. So that should be fun. I'll put every basically barrel proof, everything over 100 proof rye in the mix, and then basically just randomize it and take the top bottle, put that in a bracket, randomize it again, put the next one in there, and then so on and so on, and that'll be the bracket. So rather than trying to pair them with this whiskey's good, let's put it in, number one. This whiskey's good. Let's put it in number one over here. We're just going to randomize everything, and however it lands is however it lands. So that should be fun. So I've picked up a few new ryes here recently, so that'll be a good time. All right, man. Let's get into C. C's a little dark. C's a little darker than A and B. I'm looking at it right here. It actually might be the darkest one, maybe. All right, let's get in the nose on this one. What in the world is that? That has that's almost like a fudgy caramel. Almost reminds me of like some Cracker Jacks, man. Like some Cracker Jacks, and
I could see that.
maybe not as sugary, but wow, what that there's something again on the nose on this one that I can't explain what it is. I don't know what that note is on this one. So this could be a mix of bourbon and rye, correct?
It's not. Nope.
No.
I don't know the mash bill off the top of my head, but it's not a mix. Not like a boo rye or anything like that.
Smoking Firewater's in the house. Cheers. Good to see you. All right, so Medium Ugly says just a little choppy. Yeah, I think it's like I said, it's the weather over here. It's gonna pour here like any minute. Jake McKee's in the house, man. What's going on, bud? Good to see you. Dan, you were only wrong once, and you were wrong about that. Thanks, Mike. Pretty sure Keith and I have the same sample bottle dealer. LOL.
Yeah. Amazon.
Man, what is that on the nose? Now this has, I feel like, a little more oak to it, but it's not like a dense oak, but yeah, there's definitely some oakiness to it on this one. Oh yeah, did I give you an age for B?
You said about 7.
7 years. Okay, yeah, 7 years. All right. Interesting. All right, let's get a palate on this one. This one's intriguing here. Wow. Okay. That one drinks a little hotter than B. Not by much, but maybe 118, 120. Oh man, the back of the palate on that one is glorious. What is, man? Now, see, something is giving me a finished feel on that. And I feel like this one has maybe a little bit of age too, maybe 8 years, 9 years, maybe. The back of the palate on here and into the finish is wonderful, whatever this is, Keith. I don't know what it is, but yeah, this one definitely drinks hotter. I think there's either there's more rye content or it's a higher proof. I'm gonna go with higher proof. But the back of the palate is like, it's like, what is that? There's a very distinct kind of baking spice on the back of the palate on there. It almost gives me like that saffron feel. And then it's like candied kind of fruits. like a fruit candy. Man, this one's tricky. This might be this is the one that's got me stumped here, but I'm gonna say this is finished.
I agree with you that it drinks. It feels hotter, but I believe it's just the order that we're drinking them.
Really? Man, it's got maybe it's more rye content then, but
Yeah,
it
it may
definitely
be.
drinks hotter.
I don't know all the mash bills the way a lot of people do, but you'll know when I show you. But yeah, I'm drinking the same order you are, and it definitely feels that way.
Yeah, it definitely drinks hotter than B and A for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is maybe 9 years. I don't know, actually. Yeah, it's like candied fruits. There's like some saffron on the back of the palate on this one. That's like very, very kind of in your face there on the right before it hits the finish. Jeffrey Whack is in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you, buddy. As always. He says that guy is whack. Yeah, that's interesting, whatever this is. I do like it. This might be my favorite out of the three so far. I had to go back and try them, but I'll say it's finished. What I say? How many years did I say? What did I say? 9 years?
9.
9 years. Proof. I mean, see now that sip wasn't as proofy. I'll say 107. That sip wasn't as proofy there. That or like I said, that maybe it's the rye content in there, but there's definitely some spiciness going on. All right, let's get into D. Just make sure my chat's not lagging here. Ooh, that's got some talk about some bright fruits on it. Oh my god.
Yep.
That's like cherry pie crust. That's like cherry pie crust with like there's a little bit of like some toffee. I get a little bit of like nuttiness on this one too.
Yep. Yep.
Interesting. That's got a really nice nose too on it. Wow. What? That that completely that like that does not taste like it smells. That's like, man, there is like there's some toffee on there, like a sticky toffee candy on the palate. Some ginger.
You still get that big cherry note, I feel like, or at least
There's a little. I get a little bit of cherry, but it's like a black cherry though. It's like on the darker side.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's like on the back of the palate, like right before it hits the finish. I don't get it up front so much. I get like some of that toffee. I don't get a lot of like oakiness on this though. I'm gonna say this one might be a little bit younger, maybe. All right, so there's a little bit more of that black cherry note there.
You got a little bit of static.
Am I staticky now?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I said that sucks, man. I can't do anything about it, but it's gonna rain. So Found North batch 5 and 6 due to arrive in a day or two. Getting excited. That is awesome. Yeah, Tim says getting some feedback. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. It's like I said, it's gonna pour here. So I know I'm not gonna get good service, but I'm gonna say the proof on this one. 111. I'm going to say it's finished. It's a bourbon. 6 years. Probably not right. Mine are awesome. I have both. It sent them last Friday. It just stopped raining here. Hopefully it's quick for you. Yeah, I hope so too, Peter. Like I can see on my screen that I'm choppy, so like I said, I can't do anything about it because my phone's going to get the same service. So
yeah, you got a little better.
I like that one. I like the D.
Yep.
All right, let's get into letter E. That's got some nice color to it too. And that is another oily sumbitch right there, man. Good God. I mean, I just moved it around the glass and you can just see like it's stuck to it. Oof. There's some more of those fruits again, man. It's like it almost reminds me of like wine drenched fruit. So I'm gonna say that this is finished already.
All right.
I'm probably wrong, but I definitely get some kind of finish feel on this one. It's like fruit that have been drenched in like red wine. But this has like a thick, like chewy caramel like candy to it. Like underneath all that. Man. Like vanilla fudge. Like I do get a little like nuttiness on this one too, though, Keith. It almost reminds me like peanut brittle, like peanut brittle that's like covered in like a thick layer of caramel and then like wine drenched fruits on top.
It's funny because when you call those notes out, suddenly I'll taste them. You know. It's like, oh yeah, you get peanut brittle.
I mean, that is super oily. Good night. All right, let's try this bad boy. Cheers, Keith. Again, thank you.
Almost.
Man, that has to be finished in something. So again, very, very kind of fruit forward on the palate. I do get a little more. I feel like there's a little more age to this one, maybe around the 8 to 9 year range. But there is a like buttery. It's like buttery fruit, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like fruit that's like oily and leaves kind of like that film across your palate. Maybe 114 proof, maybe. Man, that might be my favorite. I like that, whatever that is. That's really good. The nose is glorious. It's got this rich kind of like complexity to it too. Like it's coated my entire palate and it's like popping up with all these flavors like on the front, in the middle, on the sides. I get like one of those chewy lemon bars. Like after it's kind of gone down, that's kind of like the residue on the palate.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Man, that I might like E the best, whatever that is. That's really good. Oh, I told you the proof. It's a bourbon. I'd say it's finished. Age. I don't know. This one's tricky. I say 7 years on this one.
I got more.
That is just a velvety goodness right there. Whatever that is. That's really good. So that might be my favorite. I'm gonna put E as my number one.
Okay.
Already, just so far, and then I'm gonna go back real quick and taste the rest of these real fast. Saucy Shane is in the house. Cheers. Richie Z says my robotic tone is back, but we can hear you. Yeah, except I can't do anything about it. If I hook up my phone, it's going to do the same thing, same service. So, and it's supposed to start raining like any minute now. So, all right, let's go back to A real quick. A got way more oaky on the nose, but there's like. It got like butterscotch toffee forward on the nose now. Oh wow, going back to B on the nose is insane. What in the hell, man? That's crazy. That got like super dense on the nose, like very concentrated. That has some wild flavors to it there.
Lost you there.
Oh, it's a proof. So. Oh, this is proof.
You're back. Just no sound. Mm-mm.
This is my
No.
Oh, it's a bottom. Yeah, the bottom. It's like moving it.
Frozen.
This is my space. Wow.
Can you hear me? No?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Let me change my camera setting here real quick. All right, how about now?
Here.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, man, this sucks. Dang. Sorry, guys. I apologize, but like I said, I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Keith, did I say that C was finished?
Originally, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to stick with that answer, but whoa. Man, if you go back and smell D, I get like spiced cinnamon rolls.
Fireball.
It got very, very cinnamon forward on the nose. On D. Oh my Lord. Wow. That's really good. All right, I'm gonna go E, first place. Second place is gonna be D. Third place is gonna be B. Fourth place is gonna be A. And last place will be C.
So we got first place E, second place D, third place B.
Yes, and then last I'd have to put. I mean, these are all pretty good, but vastly different. So let's start with last place. Let's see what Evan Day says. Take that sweet patron money and upgrade your internet. This isn't mine. This is at my grandparents' house, man. So there's nobody lives here. So I mean I know it's decent internet, but typically I don't have any issues. But for some reason I am tonight. All right, man. Let's start with letter C. My last place, which is still good, still very good, but
Okay.
Knob Creek 12. Okay, and I said that was finished, right?
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
It's something about the order they were in. You know,
Man, that comes off super fruit forward, though. Wow. That is very fruity on the palate. So, wow. Okay, so fifth place was Knob Creek 12. Okay. All right. So, all right. So what's what I say? A was number 4.
so originally I was wondering, how would A change the rest of the flight?
Yeah.
And it's Doc Swinson 15.
What?
Which is known to be kind of a funky pour,
Okay, so fourth is Doc Swinson. 15 year. Well, on the palate I said it was 10 years. On the nose it didn't give me those vibes. Damn. You definitely get the age on the palate, but I wouldn't have guessed obviously that's 15 years old. Man. Well, should I scratch it off my hunting list? LOL KC12. No. Definitely keep that on your hunting list. Like I said, these are all good. So these are all really good pours. It's just again, it's crazy when you do blinds, right? Because it could be the order that you drink them in. I mean, it could be anything. Like I could have went reverse and had a completely different order. So it's I mean, KC12 on its own is a fantastic pour. So I mean, I know that from personal experience. So
I didn't know if drinking the 15-year up front would make you think things are finished or not.
It would influence the rest of it. Yeah, I mean, maybe it did. I mean, because I said A was finished too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
Wow. I can definitely see why you said that.
Yeah, that's wild. Okay, so what's letter B then? Henry McKenna 10. Now, this I said was not finished, right?
You said not finished. You said about 7 or 8 years in bourbon. You said 112. It's 100. Or did you say 107?
That's a pretty good barrel, man.
Yeah, and on A, you said 105. It was 107. So
Okay,
you were right
so I was
there.
close on that one.
Yeah.
And what I say on the proof on this one, 107?
Yeah, I think you might have gone up a little on the. I think you originally said 107, and then you went up a little to 110. But
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good Henry McKenna barrel, man. The third is McKenna. McKenna 10-year. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, man. So what is letter D? Second place. The Saffel. Yeah. Saffel's good, man. I had one of those, I think, last year. Really good stuff. And did I say this was finished too?
what was that, D?
Or did I say?
Yeah, you said finished it first. Yeah.
Damn. I had a Henry McKenna 10 I haven't cracked yet. Shame on me, says Evan. Yeah, Evan. I mean, that was I know they're all single barrels, but I mean that was a really good barrel. I had Meatloaf 10 minutes before that Rye Cigar Series. I'm going to give that one a do-over. I want to do the Master Journey meetup so bad. Looks like I won't be able to swing it. Tim, that sucks, man. I'm going with some other friends of the channel, says Evan. That's awesome. Cool, Evan. I will see you there. Tim says, love some Saffel. Yeah, the Saffel's great, man. That's really good. What did I say on the proof on this one?
I don't know if you. I think you said 107 or one. You were right there, because it's 107.
Is it 107?
I didn't write it down for whatever reason.
Man, that's really good. But that got very cinnamon forward. Damn. Okay, so W. Saffel. So are you surprised by my number one pick? I have to ask you.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Especially given what we have here.
Okay.
Like you said, originally in my head, I said, I'm just going to go with kind of your run-of-the-mill pours, and then I'll throw in, the Doc Swinson.
Yeah.
And then the last, or your first place, Blood Oath Pact 8.
Okay. Blood Oath Pact, and that's finished, right?
Yeah, and that's Calvados finished. You were on that right from the nose.
Yeah, you definitely get it on the nose.
Yeah.
I don't own a single Blood Oath bottle. Not a single one.
I forget what the age is.
What's going on, Sarah? Good to see you. What did Evan say?
Somebody in chat probably knows the age. I forget.
I'm using my time off to visit her. Okay.
You said definitely finished. It's 98.6 proof.
I think I guessed high on the proof, though. I don't think I guessed anywhere near that.
I think if you'd circle back, you probably, it's that second time through that you.
Man, that's good. I mean, that again, it took my first place. Like that's good. You said it's finished. That one's finished in Calvados.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Oh, there's the thunder. Awesome, man. That was an interesting blind. I'd be interested to see what would happen if we went backwards with that.
Yeah.
Started with the Blood Oath and then ended with, because it went. So wait a minute. My last place was C, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that was 12 year. The McKenna was B. That was 10 years. A was 15 years. D, the Saffel. I don't know what the age on the Saffel is. I'm going to guess maybe 6 to 7 years. I'm guessing maybe
7, 8, something like that. It's a blend, okay. I think.
And then the Blood Oath. You said there's no age on that one, right?
Not a stated age.
No stated. Okay.
I'd have to,
Packed 8 from the website. A masterful union of 3 well-bred bourbons. 1, a 14-year rye bourbon. 2, an 11-year rye bourbon. And 3, an 8-year rye bourbon finished in Calvados casks, France. Interesting. So that's got some age to it. I for some reason, I don't know what I said for the age on this one, but I don't think it was very high. Whatever I guess, I don't think it was very high, but
you said finished, and it's like once it's been finished in something like that, it makes it a lot harder.
Mm-hmm. That'd have been interesting to try it backwards to see what would happen. I know the years would have been kind of mixed, but that was a hell of a flight, though, man. I'll give you that. That it was definitely tricky though, because more of them felt finished than not. Like the Knob Creek 12, to me that tasted finished. The Doc Swinson's tasted finished, and then definitely the Blood Oath. I mean, that definitely tasted finished. But man, that was a hell of a flight there, buddy.
When I was pouring it, I thought these are kind of heavy oak pours. So if you put them all together, will they taste finished or
right? Yep. Yeah, it's a good call on that. Good call on that. I think Richie Z sent a super chat. Richie, I'm so sorry, man. I just realized that. $10 super chat from Richie says, "Cheers, Dan and Keith. Love the laid back vibe of the live. Appreciate that, man." Yeah, it's pretty laid back tonight. We got only 15 in chat tonight, so it's it's kind of laying low, but no, that was awesome, man. Thank you, Keith, for that. That was quite the treat, man. And I surprised myself because, like, going back and looking at the what the whiskeys were, I was like, oh my god! Like, I put two of the more aged whiskeys, the higher aged whiskeys, last, and then put the McKenna and the Saffel and the Blood Oath in the top 3. Blinds are crazy, man. That's how they work,
It's not a bad top 3.
No, not a bad top 3 at all.
I mean, McKenna's, it wins like how many whiskey competitions, and
it does. That it does. They actually didn't enter anything into the Ascot Awards this year, which I thought from what I heard, they were, but they didn't. There's my glass there. That was pretty sweet, man.
I sent that flight out, and then I watched, I think you were on Independent Joe's stream, and you guys were doing some blinds, and you're sending each other George T. Stagg and Stagg. Oh, man, I sent this shitty flight to Dan.
No, man, that's a good flight. That's a good flight. And I think I was telling Joe before, I mean, just because it's like high-end whiskeys doesn't mean it's going to be a good flight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was more kind of in like the trickery of it. But that was awesome, though. That was a hell of a flight, man. Thank you for that. Richie Z says, yeah, pack 9, super smooth and good, but only 98.6 proof. I expect most of us are, most of us a little bit hotter proof. Yeah. Adam Shelton's in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Going to do a journeyman tasting soon. No, so I did I reviewed everything that I had from Journeyman Distillery. Again, I saw, their Corsets, Whips, and Whiskey won, many awards in the Ascots. And I'm telling you that whiskey, I think it's fantastic. It's a great wheated whiskey, especially the higher proof versions of it. But fantastic stuff. I wish I could make a trip there and have some of their whiskey. But yeah, for sure. But so some really good news here. So August 31st, I will be doing a Starlight pick. That's going to be my own personal pick. It's not going to be through Barrels for Hope or anything. So I'll be doing Starlight, and I'll actually be doing it with Jay West or Whiskey Raiders. He's also a he's a taster on the Ascot Awards, and I think a couple other competitions, if I'm not mistaken, too. He may be in the San Francisco World Spirits competition as well. But really, I mean, he's he's a curator over at Shared Pour, and I reached out to him, and I know he was looking to do a Starlight pick, so we're actually going to do one together. So that should be fun. Not sure what to expect. Again, never been to Starlight, but I hear when you go to Starlight, you drink a lot. So, I mean, they have everything from just their standard bourbons, their rye, and then all the way up into their finished stuff. So, and I know that, being with Jay, he's good friends with him over at Starlight. So maybe they'll pull out some really cool barrels. We'll see. But looking at the email thread that I was on with them, it seems that they may do just that. So definitely looking forward to that. Medium Ugly says finished pick. More than likely, it'll be a finished pick, unless we find something that's like a really good kind of crazy bourbon or something. I would like to do a finished pick, but I want to see what they have there. And once we start tasting through some stuff, then we'll kind of see from there. So, Darrell Stewart is in the house. Cheers, Darrell. Good to see you. Darrell, I tagged you on something on Facebook. I don't know if you saw it or not, but so yeah, I mean that's really cool. Definitely looking forward to doing that pick over there, Starlight. I've never been to Starlight. I've been a fan of pretty much everything I've had from Starlight. I mean, there's been like maybe one or two things that I wasn't too fond of, but that was some of their earlier stuff. That was from a few years back. And I know a lot of their stuff has kind of aged since then. And I know they've gotten a little more experimental since then as well. So, maybe it was just some of that younger stuff that, I wasn't a fan of. So, he said he saw that unicorn. So there's a guy on the secondary market on one of the Dusty sites that put up an Old Crow bourbon from like, I think it was like 1897 or something like that. Like something insanely old, like a big time unicorn bottle. From the 1880s to the 1890s. But the asking price is extremely high, but really cool looking bottle though.
Wow.
But it's, I mean, he's only asking 20,000 for it. So yeah.
Pretty good bottle for like 1890.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those are, depending on where he got it from. I know he's pretty well known in the community, but he was. I didn't read the whole backstory on where he found it, but yeah, so that's a pretty insane bottle. Very, very meant for its time, like you were just saying. So, I'm just signed up for the Patreon, only level 1, but I will keep in the loop. Thanks for what you do. I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Again, I am looking to do some more personalized stuff with Patreon. I do have some merchandise in the works. So I have some shirts, some glasses, and some coins that will be getting done here soon. I've partnered with somebody pretty well known within the community that's going to be doing them. So just a matter of trying to get in the finances situated and then getting the ball rolling. But they already have started the process. So all that stuff is rolling out soon. Adam says, good Lord. Tim says, go for it, Dan. No, that is above my price range for stuff. I know I keep a good chunk of money set to the side for like some lots, some big kind of dusty lots and stuff, but not for one bottle. So that is way out of my range for a bottle there. So I don't even know if I could ever do that. 20K, my Social Security check won't cover that. Yeah.
You need to try to sell a show like Storage Wars or something like that. The Dusty Wars. Yeah,
he's Johnny. I know he's pretty well known in the community. He has some pretty insane stuff. So But I mean, that's one of those bottles. It's just like, man, like cracking that open. You know what I mean? Like you drop $20,000 on a bottle. Like opening that is just like painful. You know, you don't. Again, like the whole risk behind some of these old bottles is you have no idea what it's going to taste like. You could open that and it could taste like absolute shit, right? Like you just don't know.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would hate to drop $20,000 on a bottle, open it, and it tastes like cardboard. Like what cardboard, you know? So
yeah,
it's tough. And I can't say much because I mean, I've never done anything like that crazy. But there's been a few that I've opened that were a little pricey, and just did not taste good. So it happens. That's the risk that you take. Don't let your wife know the extra stash. Yeah, trust me. There's stuff over here that I keep in the bunker that, yeah, I don't typically bring out. But, whoops, let me go back here. There we go. Whoops, I missed the comment there. I skipped over real quick. Bourbon of the week. I'd love to hear that. Yeah, man, I do. So I got some. I think Chris knows who I'm talking about. So I do have somebody I'm working with to get the glasses and then some coins and some shirts done. So that should be a lot of fun. Let me drop the link, guys, in the chat. If anybody wants to hop on, you're more than welcome. Again, I'm not going to stay on super late tonight because I do have to be up pretty early to get into DC tomorrow. So hold on one second. So I think it's the only way that I can do this. Let's see here. Copy link. Let me turn the volume down. It's like always a Domino's commercial that pops up on here. All right, let's see what we got here. Streamline, paste. All right, let's see what happens. My Padres are awful. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm excited that the Orioles are actually doing something this year. I can't believe it. Whoops. See, why can't I click on? I can't click on. There we go. All right, guys. So I just pinned the StreamYard link to the chat. If anybody wants to hop on, you are more than welcome. Just kind of shoot the shit for a little bit. Again, I'm not going to stay on super late tonight. But I'd love to have anybody on here.
I was kind of looking for things to do during the Sagamore event when we're not at the distillery, and I saw they were in town that week, the Orioles. So
yeah, the O's are in town that week. They sure are. I looked at the same thing. Yep,
might be something to do.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how many days are you staying?
I get in Thursday night, late Thursday night.
Okay, Thursday night, and then you'll be there all Friday.
Yeah.
All Saturday. Okay, cool.
And I leave late Sunday.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean that might be a good option. Again, I mean it's a really nice stadium. Oops, who's this? Mike is popping in the chat. What's going on, man?
Hey, Mike.
How are you?
Howdy.
Good to see you. But yeah, I mean, there's a decent amount of stuff, and I don't know if you've heard from Scott and Jason about what's like the events and kind of stuff that's going to be going on during that event. But there's a lot of stuff that they're going to have. So, I know they said they'll have like outside activities and all that kind of stuff. Eric, what's up, bud?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
How are you, man?
Oh, pretty good. Just wrapping some things up here.
I hear you.
Jump
Good
on.
to see you. Bourbon of the week said, did someone say Sagamore? Yeah, Chris. So I don't know if you're a patron member of the Mash and Journey or Mash and Drum or My Bourbon Journey, but they're doing a 2-day event at Sagamore. One day is going to be at the distillery. I think the other day is going to be at Sagamore Farm, where they have the horse farms and the big house up on the hill and the rick houses there. There's going to be, outdoor games, obviously whiskey tastings. There's going to be a cigar roller. food catered. I think some music. So there, yeah, it's gonna be quite the event. But I know if you're not a patron member of either one of them, of either Scott or Jason, I think they're going to be releasing some tickets to the public at some point. And I know I need to get my tickets because I haven't got my tickets yet. This goes back to me being hard-headed and not getting them like when I should. But I do still need to get my tickets. But yeah, it's going to be a great event, man. If you want to check that out, there's going to be a lot of people there. Should be a shit ton of fun. So
I'll be there.
There's Scotty.
They're going to release them pretty quickly, I think, pretty soon. And
are they? Okay, yeah, I got to make sure that I get mine like as soon as possible. Evan, what's going on, man?
Hold on, getting situated. There we go.
All right, bud, you're good.
I'm gonna get the Henry McKenna 10-year out. I hadn't cracked this yet.
Uh-huh.
Blind. I'm gonna check that out.
That's awesome, man. Bourbon of the Week says I'll definitely keep an eye out on those. Yeah, Chris, that would be great if you can make that, man. That's awesome. Scott says they'll be releasing next week. Okay, so I definitely got to get my tickets before they release to the public then. So
I think that was like a 2020 McKenna.
Yours is 2020?
Yeah, well, I drank all of that one, so this is a new one, but
Gotcha.
I believe that one was a little bit older.
What was in the blind tonight?
So there was a Blood Oath Pact 8.
Okay.
WB Saffel.
Okay.
Henry McKenna.
Nice.
Doc Swenson 15.
Wow. All right.
And a Knob Creek 12. And I don't think you'll believe the order that I put them in. So I had Knob Creek 12 as my last place.
Okay.
Doc Swenson 15 as fourth. McKenna as third. Saffel is number 2, and the Blood Oath is number 1.
All right. Gotcha.
Bourbon, I feel like you could put those in like any order.
Yeah, I mean they're all good whiskeys.
Pretty good.
They're all good whiskeys.
Yeah.
Scotty says, what's Scott say? Bourbon Lee says, cheers if I can snag some. Can't wait to finally meet a bunch of guys. Yeah, man, that would be great. It'd be great to see. I mean, everybody here. So who in the chat and then who on screen is going to that meetup? Evan, I know I saw you're going. Eric, I know you're going. Keith, I know you're going. Mike, are you going to that meetup?
No, I'd like to.
Okay. Have you where are you located, Mike? I can't remember.
Northeast Iowa.
Okay. All right. So I know they're going to be releasing those tickets to the public. Scott said next week. But that'd be great if you can make it. It's August 25th and 26th, I think. Right? I think that's right. August 25th and 26th, yeah. I believe.
Yeah.
Someone else is backstage. It is Mr. Shelton. What's going on, man?
Not too much.
How are you, bud?
I'm all right. About to drive to the airport, so not drinking.
Oh, nice. Where are you headed?
Picking up the wife.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. So Darrell will be there. Vic says, don't forget, y'all, July 1st, LLS charity fundraiser. There's 24 plus bottles, cool stuff in the giveaway that night. Go and donate, get in. Let me put that up on the screen. So Sarah says James and her will be there. Very nice. Be good to see you guys again. I know last time I saw you guys, it was over at the Graves house. That's where I saw Evan and Eric. Are you not doing the Middle West Spirits pick? No, Darrell, I'm not. It's the same weekend as the Sagamore event. And to be honest, I know I love Middle West Spirits, but I think I love the people on screen in the chat a little more. So I'll be going to the Sagamore meetup to see everybody. Not to mention it's only 15 minutes away from my house, so I don't have to go fly to freaking, I don't have to go fly to Middle West Spirits. So
that's not fair.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is. And then that the week after is when I go do the Starlight pick. My second barrel pick, which is like I said, it's already been confirmed. So it's going to be a busy August, and I'm on vacation the week before the Mash and Journey meetup. So a lot of time off. So
What Starlight pick are you thinking about doing? I mean, which direction do you want to go? They've got a lot of good stuff.
Oh, and that's the thing. So I'm going with Jay West from he's a curator over at Shared Pour. He does like Whiskey Raiders and all this stuff. So he's pretty well known, and I know he was due for a pick too. So I'm guessing finished is kind of the route that we might go. But I guess it really just depends on if they break out some kind of crazy barrel. I don't know.
Hopefully you get to pick through a whole bunch of different ones.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they'll probably roll out the red carpet for him. So I'm an unknown, so I'm kind of just like tagging along with him. You know what I mean? So it is pretty cool that he's going to be doing the pick because he wanted to do one anyway. So it just so happens that he asked if we could do it together, and I was like, I mean, I'm not going to say no to that, So
yeah. They've got a lot of stellar stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, I've only had a few that I didn't like from Starlight, and
exactly.
I think it was just because of when I tried it, they were still so young. Now, that stuff's aged, 3 years since I've tried some of their younger stuff, so.
I've got about 15 bottles here, and they're all really good.
Are they all finished, or do you have like a standard like rye or bourbon?
Most of them are finished. I've got the cognac finish is really good. I've got double oak. I got a PX sherry. I got some ryes. I'm a rye guy. I love ryes. There's another sherry finish. There's another stout finish. There's a triple sec finish.
Triple sec, interesting.
Yeah. And a cigar batch with Amberana, and that's a love-hate there. I get horse barn taste out of that, but you might get non-spice cake or something like that,
Yeah, a horse barn. That's good. Yeah.
Cheers to that, right?
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That's good. Eric, what are you drinking right now?
Kentucky Spirit.
Okay. Evan, you got the McKenna 10?
Yeah, I was surprised though. Joe picked this up for me when he was on the Bourbon Trail last time. I don't know if I can get it on there, the date.
Let me hold on. Let me zoom in real quick.
If that's legit, it's 2012 that it was bottled.
Wow.
Yikes.
That's an old one, man.
Yeah, that's what it says. It's 4/13/12.
Damn.
Dusty is jealous.
I am. That's an old barrel, man. Damn.
Yeah,
you picked that up in a store?
I don't know where Joe. I have to ask Joe. He got it for me when he was, when they went a few months back on the Bourbon Trail. I got to ask him where he got it.
That's pretty wild to find that in the wild from 2012.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't something that he definitely got it from a store. I was surprised because Keith, you were talking about that you had a 21 bottle that you gave him a sample of.
Yes, I think it was a 20 or something like that.
Yeah, and I was like, I wonder how old this is, and that's what it says. It says when it was barreled on there. It's crazy.
That's wild.
I think
that's some old juice there.
I think it was barreled in 12, and then it aged for 10 years.
Damn,
that might be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought the date on the outside was when it was bottled. Doesn't it say bottled on there?
It says barrel. It says barreled on. So then it was aged 10 years from that. So it was a 22 is when this bottle came out.
Gotcha. Okay. Got it. Okay. Gotcha.
Bottle. Okay.
A
little bit misleading.
All right. There. Okay. All right. I was like, damn, man, that sat on the shelf that long. Okay. Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen the McKenna bottle. So
yeah, I've been drinking. I'm trying to do math in public. So.
That's Bourbon of the Week says that's what it is. Barreled in 2012, bottled in 2022. Okay, all right, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen one of those.
That's scary for me, Evan. Don't put me on the spot. I'll fail right there. Yeah.
Mike, what'd you say you were drinking?
Rebel Rye.
Okay, still got the rye. Yeah.
It just showed up at the local store, and I just happened to pick it up today and brought it home, and I'm,
I have a bottle of that at the house. It makes for a really good cocktail, man. If you get the chance to try one.
Yeah. It's not bad, neat right out of the glass. So it's just it's really kind of smooth and creamy and light. And Scotty, look at that guy.
What's up, boys?
What's going on, man?
What's up, guys? I thought I just got home. I flipped on. I saw old Dusty was live. I popped it on, and all of a sudden, you're talking. I'm like, I got to get in there and get in on this deal.
Yeah. I think you got a lot of people looking forward to the Master Journey meetup, man.
Oh man, it's gonna be an awful lot of fun. So I hope a lot of people end up showing up. It'll be nice if nothing else to kind of put a bunch of faces with names and all that. That's the best part of it.
Sure. How many like tickets do you have left right now for the public?
I think we have a little less than half, but we haven't like opened it up to the public part of it yet. That's probably going to be, if not the end of this week, maybe the beginning of next week sometime. So
okay,
yeah,
it's gonna be a really good time, man. So
I'm assuming since you like live at Sagamore, you're going to be there, of course.
Yes, I will definitely be there. That's what Darrell was asking me, because I know that's the same that same day is we had a Barrels for Hope pick for Middle West Spirits that we were going to do, but I'd rather go to the Master Journey meetup and meet up with everybody. So
well, I appreciate that. Well, yeah, if you're going to be at Middle West, it wouldn't. Jason's going to be. You guys would be just passing right through.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really good time though, man. I mean, Sagamore it's got a really nice piece of property, and then once you get to the farm, I mean, oh my God, I mean, we went there together.
Yeah, that was I would say, with that part of it, like I don't think we had any expectation for what it was. Now, I mean, other circumstances that played into that whole weekend were it seemed like beyond our control a little bit, but that farm was just kind of a really kind of cool place to be. And we thought, when we got to talking with them, how it'd be nice to just get everyone not only to the distillery, but out at the farm where things are just looser. They're just fun. There's just a lot of stuff going on. So it should be a pretty awesome day. So we're looking
forward. I mean, it sits on a beautiful piece of property. I mean, it's huge. They got the horse farms out there, and then they have, the horse graveyard as well. We saw that.
Yeah, yeah, we did see that.
The old glue factory.
No, it was a glue factory. It wasn't a glue factory, Eric. It wasn't.
Hey, Dan, check out the horse barns.
Oh yeah,
check out the horse barns. You need to get that scent down.
Yeah,
you want to go to Starlight.
As soon as I do, I'll remember you and think Aberrana finish.
Yeah, there you go.
Bourbon of the Week asks Scotty, if we join Patreon now, do we still get first dibs at tickets? How much are they going for?
Yeah, so there's kind of two tickets. So there's the one that's basically a 2-day kind of event, which includes the bottle. That's $165. And again, that includes a bottle. And then, so you get whatever we do on Friday, and then all day Saturday that we've got going on. So really everything that we've got that's there that people are going to be included. So you get quite a bit for really what we're kind of charging for it. I think, like when we sat down, we said, man, it's including a bottle. It's not a bad deal. Like it's pretty good. And we're doing a pick that they've not even released ever to anybody yet. So we're going to be the first to be able to offer up the finished rye to everyone who shows up. So we're excited for that. So,
I mean, not only that, but I mean,
there was kind of like a, I don't want to say a +1, but there was kind of another one for people who don't have any interest in the bottle, who just wanted to participate in the event and just wanted to maybe come along. Those are like $50 or something. I don't know how many of those are even left at this point. So, I
mean, but it's going to be awesome, man. You guys got a cigar roller there.
We got a cigar roller. I think we're going to have like food trucks set up. They're going to be doing
music, right?
Live music. They're going to be doing tours all day, like at the farm. Music. I mean, it's a lot of other games that we're going to have going on. So it's quite a bit. I mean, it's going to be a pretty full day and weekend, I should say. So it's going to be awful lot of fun.
Yep. Yeah, it'd be a good time. Bad Axe Bourbon's in the house. What's up, peeps? Good cheers. Cheers, man. Good to see you, Bobby.
Yeah, I've heard, Scott, that Sagamore pick is a hitter, man, from some inside sources that may have tasted it.
Some inside info. Yeah, when we had a chance to kind of try through some of those, we were a little torn. Dusty was part of it, and I mean, whether he's your inside source or not, but
not my guy.
Dusty, he's not your guy. Jesus Christ, Ricky just threw poor Dusty right out of the bus. He's not my guy. But no, we did. We spent quite a bit of time. Just was me, Jason, Dusty. Who else were we on with, or was it just the three of us?
Todd.
Oh yeah, Todd. Fuck, forgot all about that guy, the bald guy. Forgot about him. So yeah, the four of us. We went back and forth. We were a little torn, and then the more we kind of all talked through everything, the more we kind of landed on the one we did, and we're super excited for it. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, the others were really good too. I mean, there's nothing against like the ones that we didn't pick, but I mean, I think unanimously that we were kind of all on,
Yeah. I think we just, I mean, I think just like a lot of us here, you take your time with a few different things throughout the night, and you start to kind of, think about what they are and what it is that you're sipping on. And that's really all we did. We just kind of talked through it and figured out, what would be the best bottle for everybody at the group. And what we landed on was we think a pretty badass whiskey. So we're excited to be able to share it.
I don't remember the proof on it, Scotty. Do you?
Oh man, I don't even know if I have it. I think I gave it to my dad. I don't, but if I'm not mistaken, I thought it was like in that one.
Was it 113.4?
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking like 117, but you might be right. If you've got it there, you might be right.
Yeah, I have two of the three. I don't know what I did with the other bottle, but
yeah, one of them never made it to me. It shattered in the box. So I'm glad that was one. Yeah, when you guys were drinking it, you're like, it's not really so good. I'm like, oh, thank God this was the one that didn't end up being the main one. So I felt better.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, Sagamore's got some crazy stuff. There's not a local food store to me, but a food store in the area that did a Sagamore pick, and I tried it over at a friend's house, and it was the most fantastic stuff I think I've ever had. It tasted like it was just a big ball of spices, like at Grandma's house over Thanksgiving.
What kind of finish was it, Mike?
I don't know. I was just wowed by it. It just, it was thick and creamy and had all these spices and clove and nutmeg and, all those kind of spices that go together. And you just kind of close your eyes and you go, wow, that brings me back, brings me back to Grandma's house kind of thing. And
the best thing I think that Sagamore has going for it is the fact that, and whether people understand or pay attention to it or not, they are blending two mash bills. You're getting the best of sweet and spice, and the blenders that they have that are putting these things together are doing an incredible job. And I even said to Brian before he left Sagamore that like what you guys are doing is different enough that it's just something that felt kind of like special. Like as their stuff starts to get a little bit older and they're working with it a little bit more, I think people will start to even appreciate it more. But the downside is, we all get so locked onto Kentucky, Indiana, that you can't get outside of that comfort zone to want to think about other states producing some fantastic whiskeys. But man, Sagamore is absolutely killing it in my opinion.
For sure, man.
Well, so we haven't done a blind yet, Dusty, at Joe's house. Joe's in the chat. He can like we can talk shit to him, but I think so we were talking Blood Oath earlier. That Blood Oath Pack 9 is the sherry cask finish, and I got a bottle of it, and Joe and I have tasted it, and it's good, but that Sagamore sherry is just amazing compared to it. And I'm willing to bet if we put both of them in the blind that the Sagamore sherry would win hands down.
For sure.
I guarantee you it would. I mean, I would say the sherry probably in the Sagamore will show up more than the Blood Oath, but I think overall it's probably a better whiskey anyway. I would agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It seems like too, like what I really like about Sagamore is like not only is the finish so like pronounced, but you still get that rye, right? It's not like covered up by the finish too much, right? Like, and that's hard to find because sometimes when people overdo finishes, it ruins the whiskey, and it's happened more times than not. But like with what Sagamore's doing, like you still get that rye spice and that big bold kind of flavor, and then on top of the big kind of pronounced finishings that they do. Just, I mean, what they're doing is fantastic, though, Scott. Just like you said, I mean, it's just they are. I mean, they could be at the top of their game right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
You know.
Yeah.
But Scott, another one to watch out for is right in your home state, Driftless Glen.
they're not even a secret. I don't think anymore. They're they're like killing it. I wish we could. I've said to Jason a million times. I wish we could just do 2 or 3 of those, like honestly, a year, and just continue to just pump that stuff out. They are doing some absolutely amazing things. I would agree, Mike.
Yep. Go Wisconsin.
Yes, yes, on Wisconsin. Yep.
Yeah.
Scotty, what are you drinking, man?
Absolutely nothing right now. I got some 18-year-old Foursquare rum in front of me. Is that okay?
There you go. Yeah. Yep. You see the new Found North that's rolling out?
Yeah, I just talked to Nick the other day about it, so I'm kind of excited. I think my opinion's pretty strong on that. Like, I think as far as what they're doing, like in the Canadian whiskey world, I mean, maybe better than what anybody else is doing. Again, I don't know what everyone else is doing, but man, they are doing some incredible whiskeys.
Yeah. Adam, you have any recent pickups?
Well, I got the Southern Collective. Journey.
Oh, you got it. All right, you were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you were one of the lucky ones. So,
Yep.
that's a whole like different beast, is what that thing is.
I'm bringing that to the Sagamore meetup to share with people who missed out.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
I didn't get that one, man. I'm really bad with that stuff. Like I said, I don't know. I don't have an excuse, so just being hard headed, man. That's it.
I'd say Adam, don't plan on that bottle coming back with you.
No, that's what I'm taking it for.
Yeah, I mean that's another thing too, is the bottles that people are going to bring to this meetup. That's going to be now, Scott. Is that going to be that? I know that'll be an issue at the distillery, but not necessarily at the farm. Correct?
We're still, that part of it, everything on Saturday will be fine. The one kind of sticky point that we've kind of run into a little bit is really the night before, as far as everyone bringing bottles. Like we get it and we're looking forward to all of that, but man, oh man, Maryland does not mess around with bringing. We've talked to hotels and they're like, what are your plans? We're like, oh, we're gonna have a few people and maybe we'll bring a few bottles, and they would hang up on you. We're like, holy Jesus, holy Christ, you guys aren't even messing around. This isn't like being in Kentucky and you could be down there with 20, 30 guys in the lobby. Maryland's basically go F yourself. We don't want anything to do with your whiskey. So what we're trying to do right now is figure out if we can do something at a place where we can hire a bartender to serve the bottles that people bring. That's what we're trying to find out, if there's a legal way to do that. But we've got drink stuff planned for Friday night, at the distillery. So there's kind of a drink ticket or a couple of drink tickets that are included, but I know everyone's gonna want to go beyond just that. So we're just trying to find the best legal way of being able to do that for everybody. So, which kind of sucks. We wanted to do it we thought about maybe being able to do it right at Sagamore, but they're like, we can't do that.
Yeah. If it was all Sagamore bottles, that'd be fine, right? It has to be their own product.
Probably. Yeah. So, but I'll leave it up to a bunch of whiskey people. We'll probably figure something out, whether it's legal or not. So, somehow finagle something. Exactly.
Parking lot.
Yeah, the parking lot.
Waffle House won't say anything if they got any near there.
Suburban of the Week was asking, can a hotel or something host that? That was the biggest issue, Chris, was that they won't allow around here anyway. They
Yeah.
won't allow things like that to happen. Like,
Yeah.
I know. There you go, Keith. That's a good idea.
Okay, so Keith, trust me, we've thought about all of this. The problem is that if something gets out of control or whatever it may be, and like things get trashed, then we're like all on the hook. Like, it's because we're looking at probably Friday night. I think that was going to be about 75 people or so. And it's just like, man, if we rent like an Airbnb and then have like a party at this place, like they could kick us out. I mean, there were like no great options. It feels like we've thought of everything, and then there's some legality that just kicks in that's kind of preventing us from doing it. So we're trying as hard as we can to figure something out between now and then.
Joe, I could do that. I can reach out to Justin or George and see where to go. I could do that.
Yeah, if you got any suggestion, Eric, or anybody who has like if someone owes you a favor or something, you're willing to cash it in or whatever it may be, or you got pictures of their wives or something or whatever the hell it is, we're going to ask you to kind of cash those in at this point. So,
dude, who told you about that, Scott? Now I gotta go through my phone.
I'm just generalizing here.
All right.
So, just generalizing.
This whole thing has its obstacles, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, that's the whole thing, putting it all together. It's not like just throwing a house party. There's a lot of logistics and legalities and contracts and all that kind of stuff. So we want everyone that at the end of the day, we want you guys to have the best possible time without there being, something that happens.
Yeah.
So,
Joe says, I say we all go to Dan's house. I'll pay for the porta potty.
Nice.
I couldn't fit that many people in there, man.
No, man, you saw what I posted, Dan. Like, we're all going to Joe's house. Uber there. He's cooking brisket. Just start spreading that rumor.
I'm down for that. I'm good for that. Joe's got room.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
You need to come out here to Iowa and go to Cedar Ridge.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be lovely to go Cedar Ridge.
We talked to them too about the possibility of doing a like a meetup or a fall type event there. Not this year, but probably next year, maybe, because they've got a nice facility for that as well.
They have a nice facility for sure. Yeah.
See, like I have a spot like right by me that could host a meetup. It's an Elks Lodge, and they rent out the hall. But the problem is it's 15 minutes away from Sagamore. So
yeah,
that's the problem.
That's exactly it too. It's people driving, because we've got, like, on Saturday we've got shuttles, we got buses for people and stuff. So you can see like how much of an issue it's kind of become. But
does the hotel shuttle, Scott?
I don't know.
They have shuttles, or you had to hire private shuttles?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we had to hire some private people to do that. So.
Yeah. Chris says, if the cops don't show up, is it really a bourbon meetup?
Yeah, right.
It's like a big frat party, man. That's all.
That's the last thing we want. So.
Which hotel is everyone staying at?
But I don't even have reservations at the place yet.
God, you're as bad as Dan.
I am as bad as Dan. I don't even know if I'm going to be staying the night or not. So I might literally be staying at Dan's place. He doesn't know that yet, but.
Yeah, man, you're more than welcome to come over here. I mean, this is at my grandparents' house, but there's couches and beds and whatever here. So
I just need a floor. That's all I need.
Man, I'll treat you a little better than that.
I appreciate that.
Or you can go to Eric's house and stay in the dungeon where he's at.
That works too. The good part is I know you guys all got whiskey, so I'll be good. Okay.
Yeah.
They give you a lot of crap about that wall, Eric.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's got comments. So
I always bring it up.
Looks pretty badass.
All right, so
my basement isn't cool, but there's a lot of bottles down there, and you'd be good.
Yeah, Joe, I'll reach out to Justin or George this week and see if they where they would go and if they have any connections to anybody, and I can.
Where are they located? Like, just in relation to I guess to the distillery. If
Drug City Liquors is 10 10 minutes probably from Sagamore, something like that.
Oh, okay.
And then the other one is maybe 15, something like that.
Okay.
Isn't that
All right.
I mean, they're really close, and I'm sure they have. I'm sure they've had some kind of meetups here before, so I can reach out to them and
Okay.
see.
All right.
So.
Let me know.
Drug City Liquors, that tickle my funny bone.
Yeah.
Drug City.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, if you're ever in this area, man, you got to go. Like it's the place to go in this area. Like bottle picks,
Is
short
it?
picks,
Yeah.
like they're fantastic.
Is it? Yeah. I need to write that down.
Drug City.
Now, Scott, it's going to be a lot of fun, man. Like I said, it's going to be good to just to see everybody and have everybody like hang out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
but I'm sure, like I said, I'll have a backpack full of some stuff. So I'm sure everybody will.
Well, once the live stream and stuff's over, just shoot me a text. I'll go over a few more details with you.
Gotcha. Chris, so Scott, do you know which hotel everyone's staying at? Is it local to Sagamore?
I think it's not. I don't think it's far from there. I got to look back and see what it is.
I mean, I'll probably get an Uber back to my house because I'm super close. But
Dan, I think you're probably spending the night with us.
that I can. Hey, man, if you guys are willing to cuddle, man, if you guys want to cuddle, I'm down. So
Rub beards. Might start a fire,
we
though.
can rub beards. Yours might dominate mine, but we can rub beards.
Rub beards.
Hell yeah.
No judging. No judging.
Oh boy. This is a scary group, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You just figured that out now, Mike.
Yeah, I'm a little slow. I'm from Iowa, you know.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
When you see us start flipping coins, we're picking who's going to be the little spoon.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Courtyard downtown, correct, Scott? Says Tim.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at.
I'm pretty sure that is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
So
right. Courtyard,
great.
Courtyard Baltimore.
I'm out.
We'll play the game.
Downtown McHenry. Is that close? I'm assuming that's got to be close.
What is it?
Yeah, downtown McHenry. I don't know what that or McHenry Row. I don't know what that means, but
Porter batch 5.
Porter Street.
What's that, Adam?
Is that batch 5?
That is batch 5. I'm looking for batch 4.
I know. I've been looking too.
Oh yeah. So have you done a? I don't have a bottle, but I've got a sample of it coming, and I did 4. I did the review of 4, and absolutely loved it. I don't know, like without spoiling anything, is there kind of like thumbs up, thumbs down, 5 versus 4, or?
I mean, they're different. I mean, I only had a sample of 4.
Okay.
And it won my blind of some pretty hitter bottles.
Yeah.
But this one has, I mean, it's a little different flavor profile to it. I think there's a little more baking spices to this one, a little more baking spice forward. But I mean, like it has like a great viscosity to it. It's really good. I haven't done my review on it yet, but I will. But it's very good for sure.
Yeah. Good.
Did
you order it off Sealbox?
I did.
Yeah. Fuck, I missed it. I was gone too.
Dan, I'm the only one in our group, I'm pretty sure, that hasn't gotten it. Everybody ordered one, and everybody's gotten it, and I haven't even gotten the email.
Keith ordered it. He hasn't got it yet either.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's a fantastic bottle, man. I mean, whatever they're doing is pretty impressive. So.
Hey Joe, it's Courtyard Baltimore on Porter Street in Baltimore. I don't know
Porter Street. That's like super close.
Okay, good. All right. Good.
Porter Street.
I did just get the Joseph Magnus. The what is this one? This is batch 131. Anyone know anything about 131?
I think I got 136.
All right. You can't go wrong. I know some are different than others, but man, at the end of the day, they're all good.
I think Porter Street was near the Pendry, Scott, somewhere. The Pendry's where where you stayed when Brian.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well that's good. That's good. Well, geez, that's really close.
Yes, that is. It's very close to where Sagamore is, so it's not that far of a ride at all.
Okay.
Walking distance?
No, not walking distance.
Stumbling distance?
No,
No.
no, not. I mean, that part of Baltimore is not bad, but definitely not worth stumbling through. Yeah, not there, but
Gonna be missing some stuff afterwards.
yeah, your soul for one.
Your soul. Yeah.
Knees.
Yeah.
All right,
No,
well,
that part honestly is not too bad, but you go a little east and you'll start to get a little shady there, but
okay.
yeah, so Joe says that's super close. Yeah. I've never seen a cigar batch, even though I live in Michigan, any stores near me. I don't see a cigar batch around here either. Evan, do you see it over at Drug City or no?
Nope. The only
No.
guy I know that's got one is Joe Graves, man. I don't know where he got his cigar batch from.
He's got some pool. Joe says it's on the other side of 95. Oh. Mm-hmm. I think I know exactly where it is now. Keith, what are you drinking on right now?
Hell yeah, slap shot.
I've pretty much stopped. I'm gonna have to jump off here.
Okay.
I've made it as far as I can with the little one, so
Yeah, you're on borrowed time at this point.
Keith, who's your
Yeah.
helper?
this
Who's
is
your
my
helper,
5-year-old.
I saw her there.
This is
She's
my
helping out. Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Well, Keith, man, thank you so much for the blind tonight. Thanks for stopping in. Much appreciated, man. Thank you so much. And like I said, we'll be talking soon. So
I appreciate it, man. It's a lot of fun.
all right, buddy.
Cheers, bud. See you, Keith. Cheers, bud.
Take care.
Yeah.
Keith.
Oh, there we go. Adam, what time do you have to grab your wife from the airport?
I'll probably leave here around 10.
Okay.
Well, in an hour.
Okay, that's right. I forget where you are.
Going to Nashville.
Nashville.
How far is the airport, Adam?
It's a little under an hour for
A
me.
little under an hour.
Scott, have you been to Starlight?
Yeah, I've been to Starlight. Geez, maybe 3 or 4 times, probably excluding when I was there like years and years ago. Which, man, it was not like the way it is now. And geez, nowadays, holy cow, they've got everything, anything you could possibly think of, finishes and everything. They're doing some pretty cool things.
So question, I know you drive a lot. Did you ever fly in?
Yeah, if you go, you're gonna have to fly into Louisville.
Really?
Yeah, there's not. I mean, you're probably from downtown Louisville, maybe about a half hour. There's nothing around it, dude. It's in the middle of nowhere.
Okay, so you fly into Louisville, and then what? You have to Uber out there, or rent a car?
No, I would say, I mean, from the Louisville airport, I mean, which is only maybe 10 minutes from downtown. Maybe it's a 40-minute drive, but it'll be probably less expensive than renting a car, because once you get out to Starlight, you're in the middle of nowhere. That's what I would do if I was gonna do that. I'd just fly right into Louisville, Uber on out to Starlight, and just do it that way. So
Uber.
Yeah, either that or find someone that can give you a lift, or if you know anybody else when are you going in there? Do you know, like, are you doing it with anyone that's driving into town?
Well, I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but I'm doing the pick with Jay West over at. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
so we're actually doing it together, because he was going to do a pick. He wanted to do a pick soon anyway, so he asked, since I was going to do one, that'll be my next pick. But I just didn't know, I didn't know what to fly into, but so definitely fly into Louisville then.
Yeah, definitely, because there's nothing else that I know of. I mean, unless it's some little small airport, there's nothing larger around, there. Like, Indianapolis, I mean, geez, you're hours from there.
Really?
So,
okay, so there are
3 hours.
Yeah,
right?
India is way back north. So
okay, so you said it's like a 40 40-minute drive from Louisville.
Yeah, it probably no. It's probably from the airport would be maybe about 40-45 minutes from the airport, but that'd be max.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
that's what I mean.
That's a lot closer to Kentucky then.
I mean,
Okay.
Tim is saying like rent a car. I mean, you could rent one, but again, I don't know if the cost would be different if you want to monkey around with that. I mean, it would be. Are you staying that day, or are you getting out of?
I'm probably gonna fly in on the 30th.
Okay.
Stay the night and then do the pick the 31st and then fly out that evening. So I can't stay any longer than that. So.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So you're saying you're in and out on the same day, or are you going to stay?
No, I'm going to be in the day before because I want to make sure like I don't have like a delayed flight or something like that, and then leave the day of the pick just later on in the evening.
Well, if you're going to do that and you're going to stay in like downtown Louisville, then yeah, you could definitely get an Uber out of there. I mean, again, if you don't mind paying and doing like Uber rather than rent a car and do all that,
yeah,
I mean, it's I mean, for it really like basically one day, I don't know if I would rent a car either. I would just
especially if you're going to be how many are they going to let you sample? You're going to have 5 or 6 samples and then drive yourself to the airport.
You're gonna have more than 5 or 6 samples.
Oh, yes, give me more. Yeah, more.
Okay, so yeah, maybe grab
5 or 6. You might at Starlight, you might have 50 or 60.
You better Uber.
Yeah, I think you better get a Lyft or an Uber rather than renting a car.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do all that. But
Darrell
I mean,
says
unless Jay's going to be down there, and you could hitch a ride with him, and he might be
possibly. Yeah. But I'm not sure where he lives out of, but Chris, what are you drinking on, man?
I am drinking on this bottle of High West Cash Strength. Anybody heard about it yet?
No.
This is I've been trying to figure everything and anything out about this bottle. This bottle was supposed to be released, and then they pulled the release date because they didn't have as many bottles as they thought they were going to have. So now they're doing it as a limited release.
Really?
Somehow Pennsylvania still got their hands on it because they already had a signed contract with them to get it out to them. So Pennsylvania got it still, even though they pulled the release from everybody else. And now Pennsylvania has it and nobody else. They don't have a press release out about it. They don't have a distribution date about anything else. And I've been trying to find out anything about this bottle.
it's a shame what's going on with High West.
Yeah.
Chris, do you know why PA still gets it?
The only thing that I've heard is because they had a signed contract with them to get the release.
They're like one of the few like state-run things where like if you don't deliver what you say that you're going to deliver, they like fine you and shit like that.
Yeah, they'll
like,
fine you and like pull your
like,
product and yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So that's why they still have it, I'm sure.
So I know there's a couple people that says getting an Uber is a problem at Starlight.
Well, I mean, it is in the middle of nowhere. So, I mean, again, that would be.
He had to get a taxi. Darrell said, "Damn."
Like, so you. Oh, I didn't know. All right, I didn't know Darrell took a taxi from there.
Damn. Okay. So, all right. Well, I guess that's the same. I mean, really, I'm sure you'll pay a little bit more for a taxi, but all right, that gives me a better idea.
Yeah, because when we were there, Darrell was with us. They'll give you whatever you want, man. If you just want to try, like it's like you're.
He said you two tasted through 30 barrels when you're at Starlight.
God. It was like when we were there. Marty from Whiskey Knows he had to go like sit down. I'm like, dude, we can't even drink anymore. We're just gonna pass out here pretty soon. Jesus, it was ridiculous.
Dan, you're going to have to rent a car and stay a week. That's all there is to it.
I wish I could, but I don't think my company would appreciate that too much, unfortunately.
Yeah, but what do they know, right?
Yeah. Hanging AZ in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you. I'll send you my number if you get stuck or need bail money.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, man.
I'm gonna say both of those are on the table for Dusty. Okay, just saying. Those are both on the table.
I'm not that wild anymore, man. Maybe back in the day, but
we'll see at Sagamore, right?
Yeah.
We almost got ourselves in a lot of trouble at Sagamore at one time. We kind of already did get ourselves in trouble.
No. See if you can get a car service for that day use or the app Black Lane. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let me write that down, so I won't remember that. All right, cool. Black Lane. Interesting.
I've never even heard of that.
Neither have I. Bail Money would be a great name for a whiskey. Maybe we'll hang AZ. We might name that the pick. Bail
That's
Money.
pretty good, Bail.
I can see the label on the bottle with the bars and all that, and Dan's.
There we
face.
go. We got some
I can see
ideas
that.
rolling.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's always how the stickers come about.
Chris,
Yeah.
man, your pick is ever popular, man. That boozy fruit's good.
It is very good. I thought it was very good. If you
It
like
is
some
very
sweet
good.
whiskey, it's definitely good if you like some sweet whiskey. It went, I mean, I think having it be the first pick and then the two of us together was big. I
Yeah.
think not going into it by myself, and God bless you, the fact that you sold through yours by yourself. I'm not there. I don't think I could do that. I don't think it would have
You
went
could.
nearly as well. We split it when we looked at, Jay's very good at getting you all the analytics and everything like that. So
Yeah.
I was nervous after a couple of days. He's like, yeah, you guys are selling through it pretty good. And I'm sitting here like, he's probably selling 90% of this. And it was 50-50. So I was happy.
Yeah. Yeah. You should be proud of that, man. That's amazing.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. What do you so you have the ball rolling on something else now, or
Not yet. I had a couple of things that I was thinking about, but I don't have anything in the works yet. I know you and me have spoken about it, but
Yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot here tonight, but we got to get something in the works.
okay. We can do that. I mean, again, I can, we can talk to Jay and see.
Yeah.
I know. I'll see him in August, but I don't know what your time frame is to do anything, but
I don't have anything. I'm not out here to put out picks just to put them out. I know there's some communities that love the people that are picking them, and they have the communities to put them out that way. So I'd rather, hone in on something that both my community would like, and then team up with somebody that I can work well together with, rather than just put out a pick and then have it sit. You know how it is, especially with Sherry Poor. I have the green light now. You obviously have the green light now to go forward and do some other picks. I don't want to ruin that relationship by just putting out a pick that's not going to sell, and then ruin the relationship with the patrons and the community to be like, hey, here's a pick.
That's the best way to do it. I mean, just baby step it. I mean, I remember even when Jason and I were talking, we didn't know the first thing about what to do or logistic. We had no idea. And then we got hooked up with the original guy at Shared Pour, and it was kind of like, hey, do you want to do this? We're like, yeah. I mean, we didn't even know. And then it was just kind of from there, once you figure it all out, like you guys already have, it's the same process no matter what the pick is.
Yeah. And I mean, Dan's the one that connected me with him in the first place. So I was happy to have that connection through Dan. So
Joe says, where did we get that bottle? Joe, that bottle is gone, my friend. I can get you a sample of it though. I still have some of that Blue Nose. So I'll get you a sample, Joe. It's really good.
You guys obviously like doing picks, right? A lot of fun.
Yep.
A lot of fun. We've done a few picks here locally, and it's an awful lot of fun. I'm not a YouTuber, so I'm not selling online or anything like that. Through Shared.
Not yet, man. I see it says Tool Man next to your name. That's going to be your new Tool Man whiskey review. You go, Mike.
Get together with my buddy Ted, and that we're the ones that do all the sampling and all that kind of stuff. So
yep.
Here we go.
Honestly, as fun as doing like individual barrel picks and stuff are, and they're a lot of fun. Like I'm looking forward to honestly like being able to, and maybe you guys too, but like doing like some blending, like putting things together. I mean that's a lot. I mean that's a lot of fun to be able to put some of those kinds of things together. It takes a while, of course, but man, it's a lot of fun too.
That seems like it would be amazing.
It is.
Roscoe P. Coltrane is in the house. Cheers, man. Good to see you. Who Flung Dung is in the house. Cheers. Good to see you as well. And Mr. Jiggs, good to see you, my friend. Top Dog says I sent you that. Cheers, man. Thank you for that, John. Much appreciated. Hanging AZ says those Master Journey Driftless Rye picks were insane.
Oh yeah.
Says, did you open that bottle that I dropped off at your house? Yes, I did, Joe, and I actually reviewed it. I just haven't put out the video yet, but that's the Hughes Brothers, the Bella Bedford. This is a toasted rye whiskey, barrel proof, and they had a collaboration with Kelvin Cooperage. So this is really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I love what they're doing.
Yes, for sure. Very good stuff. And I don't know. What is this? It's 114 proof, 6 years old. Okay, so 6 years old, 95.5, finished in medium toasted barrels that are from Kelvin. So really good stuff. I did review it. I just gotta put it out. So I'm way behind right now. Darrell says Winslow does a fantastic job letting you blend your own bottles. I would recommend to anyone. Me and Wack had a great time. Yeah, I saw some pictures from that, Darrell.
I feel like I'd be terrible. That's just, I feel like me personally, I would be the one that'd be like this, and this. They would blend it, and I'd be like, that's awful. That's
yeah.
Everything tastes good separately, I'm sure, but then once you put them on, like,
Chris, whatever you do, if you're like selling bottles or blends, the last thing you need to do is tell people you suck at tasting whiskey.
but the single barrels are easy, right? This either tastes good or it tastes like crap.
God, this stuff tastes like shit. Who wants to buy a bottle of my latest?
I'll take one left. Yeah. Blending though, I feel like that's a whole different ball game. You really have to hone in on your palate to have a good.
You know what I'm saying? Like we all understand. Like and so much hoopla gets paid on the for like the master or the master distillers. But I'll tell you what, these guys and ladies that are putting blends together, whatever they may be, they're the real magicians behind these whiskeys, because I mean, without them being able to do whatever it is they do, holy shit, man. I mean, nowadays master distiller, what is it? Like the on-off button? Like literally, I mean, it's just like the grains, the percentages, they're all like filtered to these machines by buttons. It's like, I'm sure Jimmy Russell didn't have all that stuff back in his
whole different ball game today.
Yeah.
So now it's the technology guy that's the guy,
exactly
who put the equipment together.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's man. It is crazy to think about like how times have changed like that, though. You know what I mean? Like truly, like back in the day, it was really homemade whiskey. You know what I mean? Homemade bourbon. Like now it's you push a button and it's done for you. So
has anybody put anything that's went really far in Blendageddon? Has anybody put together something?
Dude, I'm not even doing it this year. I'll be a judge, but
I haven't done it. I'm so scared to send something.
I'm out every round. Every first round, I'm out. And I'm like, you know what? I'm done with
that's what I mean. I'm not a blender. I can't do it.
I'm done.
Dixon Deadman out here, putting some good stuff together.
That's all right, Dan. Then I'm watching you guys doing blinds, and you're like identifying, like Eric, especially after he won the last one. I saw like where it came from, what the proof is, and I'm just like, it tastes good. Like I'm just improving.
Yeah, I mean that takes time though. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that eventually, like after drinking it for so long, you kind of tend to identify some things. Like if you find like that your favorite stuff is like Buffalo Trace, like you'll start to kind of identify some flavors that are kind of like, like identified with Buffalo Trace. But I feel like that's happened with me sometimes, but during blinds, it is pretty difficult to be able to pull things out like that. So,
all right, guys, I'm going to drop for the evening. Eric, good to see you. Dan, as always. Everybody else, great to see you, man.
See you, buddy. See you,
Darrell said he made the finals year before last. Yes, he did. Joe Grape says we're drinking that on the 21090 tomorrow. I should join. Okay, I'll see if I can make that. I'll see. It depends on what time I get out of the city. I don't know what time that will be, but I will try. But that really is a good bottle, though, Joe. I mean, that's a fantastic bottle of whiskey. It's weird because it reminds me of like a Boo Rye because it has like some of those bourbon characteristics to it. But then you also get those rye characteristics in it as well. So really, really good.
Adam, were you the one that said something about High West? It's a shame what happened to them before you got walked up. I was gonna ask you a question, then you were gone. What did you mean by that?
Well, the quality has gone way down since
they dropped Barton.
Constellation. Was it Constellation?
Oh, since they got Constellation Spirits.
I'm more referring to Midwinter Night's Dram, the quality there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Their single barrel program is in shambles. Can you not do that right now?
That's sad.
Yeah.
Because that's fun.
Yep. They're not doing the finishes anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to think. I had the 9 from the Midwinter's Night Dram was really good, but I agree that the 10 definitely fell off as far as quality went. And I've had the American Prairie. I don't think I've ever had the Rendezvous Rye. But that used to be what, the 16-year Barton, and then they dropped Barton, and now they use their own distillate, which is 7-year High West stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does anybody know how many different mash bills they're making out of that distillery over there? So Rendezvous Rye, they obviously have to have a rye mash bill to replace that rye from Barton.
Yep.
And they're putting out this cash strength as a blend of straight bourbon whiskeys. Now, I don't know if they're using any of their own whiskey in this. I would assume they are.
Yeah.
But that means they have a bourbon mash bill as well. So that's 2 mash bills. And then I don't know what type of production they have with their own distillate over there.
You know, I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Chris. Like, High West is, for me, honestly, they've kind of like fell off the map a little bit. To Adam's point, but like, it's hard to say. You know, it's hard to say, like, you know, because I've never seen that bottle around here at all. So
it's literally in one state right now, and it's Pennsylvania. Utah can't even get it yet.
Man, that's crazy
because of that contract that they had. It's coming out in July. Now, how much is coming out? I've heard rumors that Costco bought up over 50% of it, so it's going to be released through Costco. I've heard rumors that High West employees themselves are in a lottery to get it. I've heard rumors that Utah in general, citizens are in a lottery to get it. So they expected a much higher yield with production, and now they're saying they don't have enough, basically.
I love the like the rumors are either Costco's got all of it, like, and you can just go to Costco, or you got to be at some super secret lottery together. It's
right.
It's like holy Jesus, like
there's no in between.
You kind of covered everybody there. It's like either it's going to be difficult to get or it's going to be super easy to get. So go figure. You kind of described the whiskey world right there.
I was going to say that's
Costco
exactly
will have their own name and label on it, so you'll really never know what it is or where it comes from, right?
Yeah.
Tim Corney says, awesome live. Dan, have a good night. Thank you, Tim. Much appreciated, man. Good to see you. Joe says, Eric, go get that bottle.
Which bottle?
The
cash strength.
Yeah. Is it bad that I haven't like driven down the street to get it?
Yeah.
I picked one up because once I heard all these rumors swirling, I was like, this is either going to be a huge bottle in the community and everybody's going to want one, or it's going to be another.
Chris, how much was it? How much was it out of curiosity?
$70, $69.99.
Okay.
Oh,
117 point. What is that? It's very hard to read. 58.7. So 100 and what's that? 17.4 proof, I believe.
Yep.
Boy, and if I'm not mistaken, have they ever put out anything that was cast strength before?
No, this is their first cast strength release.
All right, I didn't.
That's why it's kind of a big deal. Now the only other thing is, how do they get away with? Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you not have to put on your label at least which state that it's distilled in? So if this is MGP, does it not have to say distilled in Indiana? If this is Barton, does it not have to say distilled in Kentucky?
Yeah, I would have thought they would have had to have put that on there, unless
it just says bottled.
It says bottled in Utah, and that goes for everything that High West puts out. I went back to a couple of my other bottles, and it doesn't say distilled in Indiana. It just says bottled for, I believe, bottled by High West Distillery, and that's it.
That's another issue
I would
I
think
have
it's
with them.
sourced, because if they distilled it themselves, it would say distilled and bottled by High West.
It's definitely
Not just
sourced, which is
bottled
why I
by-
went back to the other bottles thinking, if this isn't sourced, maybe this is the unicorn with that. But none of their bottles that I have found have said
So it tastes
distilled
like MGP?
in Indiana. It does taste a little MGP-ish, but I could also imagine they have their own stuff in here, and who knows? I'm sure they have other contracts with places in Kentucky.
That's kind of interesting. That doesn't have a distilled in state.
That's the most confusing part of it. That's just one of those things that's up in the air for me.
Huh.
hey,
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it anywhere on this label here.
It's not on any of the midwinters that I have. I have the 9 and the 10, but I don't see it.
Huh.
why don't you?
Okay.
Whoa, look at this guy. Why don't you? How can anybody get into MGP? Nobody does.
Have enough money?
Yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it's quite as easy as it used to be anymore. I mean, I think there's still a lot of people sourcing, but I don't think it's quite as easy as it used to be.
Yeah.
So,
but you know, nobody's able to get in the door and with a video camera and show how things go and all that.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
video
Now,
camera.
come on, guys! Wouldn't that be?
I have a better chance of calling High West and talking to the.
You know what's crazy is I don't know if I showed you guys, but I got 4 samples from MGP themselves to review. It was a 95.5 wheat, a 95.5 rye, a gin, and something else. And he was like, you can release it on your Patreon, but don't release it to the public at all. And I was like, oh,
Dang.
okay,
Really?
yeah. I got it. Yeah,
Did he send you a contract and a little NDA on that?
He didn't send me a contract, but he was like, "Yeah, don't post it at all on outside."
Right.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting. That's
All right.
interesting.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in your gin review, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, juniper, lemon, like,
Yeah.
But the 95.5 wheat is freaking fantastic. Just
95.5 wheat.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me go grab it.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason, do you think we should drop the link in the chat for the Sagamore thing or what?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
He said, "Hell yeah, let's do it."
all right.
Yeah, we already almost have 100 tickets sold. There's only like 50 or 60 left.
All right. I got to buy mine tomorrow. Remind me.
Remind you, it's just tomorrow.
This was the gin. So the Heritage Gin from MGP. So it's got the old label on there.
Oh, that's a cool bottle there, Dan.
Yeah, and then this is the 95.5 wheat, 116 proof, barreled in 17, bottled in 23.
Man, a 95.5.
Yeah, 95.5 wheat. See it, 95 wheat.
What's the second grain?
So it's basically their wheat whiskey.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
and then they had their 95 rye.
Nice.
And then this is their 21% rye, 2017 rye. 21%. So
You know, Dan, in about 20 years, those will be dusty bottles.
yeah. But he was like, he was like pretty serious, like on the phone. He's like, yeah, don't post it live, or don't post it out in the world. I was like, okay.
That's interesting. Why would they send them? Like,
I don't know. I don't know. I just asked them if I could try some, and I had to fill out this form of like what I wanted to try, and I didn't think anything of it. And all of a sudden, I get a phone call from like this number, and I'm like, I answer it, and he's like, hey, this is so and so at I think he actually said Ross and Squibb and not MGP.
Yeah.
And I was like, hi. And just kind of talked to him from there. And he sent these to me to try. So
you got a phone call from the FBI.
It's essentially Old Elk wheat whiskey. It's nothing nobody's had before. Nobody's had before. So it's like, hey, we've been giving it to Old Elk all these years. Let's ourselves.
Be super secret about it, man.
I think that's why MGP stuff just kind of falls flat sometimes. It doesn't get the fanfare that it usually gets. It's because they let everyone else have it before they bring out their own.
I know, isn't that weird? Like,
And they buy it back, like Penelope.
Exactly. They buy it back. They buy it back for triple the price.
Triple the price.
That's the weirdest thing. It's like giving someone $50 and telling them you'll give them like $100 for it.
When I saw that, I was like, how does that? I guess the finishes and the brand recognition, but other than that, I don't.
I guess.
I mean, I don't know about you guys. Do you like feel like you live in a different world of whiskey than like the actual distillers do? Like I don't understand what's going on in whiskey today. Like what the marketing and the bottles that are coming out and all the I'm like, what world? Like what's happening? What's going on?
I know.
Like totally living in a different world. I was looking for the Elijah Craig barrel proof rye, and everybody's like looking at me like I'm crazy. Ridiculous. And then don't even get me started with the Woodford, double oak barrel spray. I mean, it's fucking.
Did you think that was real, Eric?
No.
Eric said, "Wait, it's not
Yeah,
real."
I've been calling around
Yeah.
the stores asking them, and I just keep getting hung up on.
Yeah.
I got about 50 messages that night calling me an asshole for putting that out because everybody was immediately on like the was like on the groups just being like, Master Drum just said Winter double cast. I'm like, it's fake.
See, JC, you learned your lesson. Don't be a dick, okay? Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody there's something that's made up that's coming to their store.
Well, no, it was a now I have a whole, I have a whole intro for it, so it's coming. I have a good one tomorrow. I'm sorry, not tomorrow, Wednesday on my live stream. I've been working on a fake bottle for a week. It's gonna be a good one.
Oh my god,
boy!
Hey, it's one that I know we'll all want though. So don't knock it till you see it.
That is interesting though, man. I was looking at the middle there is nothing on here that says where it's distilled. I thought
it's still confused. I don't know if the laws changed, the rules changed, or if they're just breaking them, but something's going on there where I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought there had to be some disclosure of at least the state of distillation.
The only time you don't have to disclose the state that it's distilled in is if your distillery is in the same state that it's distilled in. So if Bardstown is sourcing something from Wild Turkey, they don't have to put distilled in.
Here's the thing. I mean, they've been around long enough now where that could be their own just cast strength bourbon. That could be their own shit.
I haven't had any pure High West stuff, but there's no way this is straight High West whiskey. There's no way. It's too good. I think it's delicious. Don't get me wrong. And two, I just can't imagine that the other thing is I don't think they would put out anything that doesn't have at least some of their distillate in it because of how much backlash they got when they dropped Barton. There's no way they're coming out. If this is the only cast strength release, maybe. But if they're coming out with multiple cast strength releases and then they start to wean off of whatever tit they're suckling from to put their own distillate in this, they're going to get more backlash again.
Chris, what bottle are you talking about?
Here, Chris, I'm going to zoom in on you.
Jason wasn't here for this. High West released a cast strength bourbon.
Oh, I did hear about that.
So it got released. They were supposed to put the release out. They ended up pulling the release because there was a bunch of distribution problems. Pennsylvania already had a signed contract. They sent it to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, for the first time in their lives, put a limited release bottle out on shelves because they don't ever do that. That's usually goes on their website and it crashes and then nobody gets it and everybody complains. But I can't find anything on anything about it. And they're supposed to put out the press release in July now. So I'm sitting here trying to do a review on a bottle that I know zero about. I don't know if it's their own distillate. I don't know if it's still MGP. I don't know if they're sourcing from somebody else.
I mean, does it have any sort of like an age statement on anything?
Nothing.
Is it
Nothing.
at least is it at least a straight bourbon?
It says blend of straight bourbons. That's it.
Oh, so yeah, that's definitely not all their own shit. So.
It's not all their own. But is it MGP and their own? Is it MGP and Barton still? Is it MGP Barton and their own? Is it another distillery in there?
Yeah, I don't know how they're getting away with not putting
the thing we were talking about is they don't have this state of distillation on the label, which they don't have on any of their labels. If you happen to have any High West laying around, they don't have that on any of their labels, which is confusing to me because I thought that was a legal thing. I thought they had to.
That's interesting.
I thought they had to too. Like, that is interesting, but I was looking at this label. I don't see it. I don't see a damn thing on here.
It's not.
Yeah, just looking at this Magnus, it says distilled in Indiana, Kentucky, bottled, blended, and finished by Joseph Magnus and Colorado or company.
Right.
So I mean, it's I don't know how the hell how High West is getting away with that at all.
And who knows where that stuff is? Who knows where that stuff is sourced from nowadays? I mean. Generally, most folks are doing sourcing from either Barton, Beam, Heaven Hill, MGP. Those are kind of the big ones. On top of that,
I know they have the relationship with MGP and Barton.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, you have some other smaller players in the market. Wilderness Trail was doing some sourcing. I'm not sure how much more they're doing of that now because of the Campari acquisition. You have Middle West, which is doing some sourcing for folks too. Contract distillation. You just never know.
Four Roses is sourcing or no?
Yes. Well,
yeah.
Under the whatever now. I mean, I guess. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, they are. They're okay. As much as they are. So Not going to say who, but they are.
Well, there's an awful lot of
I'll ask you a
sourcing going
question
on
later about
nowadays.
that.
Oh yeah, ton of sourcing going on these days.
Just
Yeah,
a ton.
I mean that's what you it's what you have to do, because I mean for all these brands to be out there, nobody can make this much whiskey and bring it out in this much amount of time. So
yeah.
Especially with the ages that they want them to be.
Big Vic just loves saying the word rig now. Big rigged. Yeah, I mean, it could be Canadian. You don't know. It could be Canadian.
It's Canadian.
You got to do like Driftless when they started out. I think they put it in small barrels and stuff, and I really think that they had some really really good stuff coming out of small barrels. When they
I
first
agree.
started.
I agree.
They still do some of the rye in small barrels.
Yeah.
And don't they do, Scott, don't they do some of the more like their experimental mash bills in the small barrels to see how it goes along before they move them to 53 gallon?
Yeah, I think they do a lot of kind of small barrel testing on some things. So yeah, they're always working on some stuff, that's for sure.
It was kind of funny. Ted and I were over there a couple of months ago, and we're going through the warehouse, and there's a small barrel laying there, And I said, whoa, wait a minute. What about this one here? Oh, that probably isn't any good. It's been around for a long time. Oh, yeah, a small barrel been around for a long time, and it's not any good. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Lord only knows what it was doing there, but it was the only small barrel that was laying there kind of in the aisleway, And we're in the rick house with all the big barrels up on the rack, so.
Jay, I know we already talked with Scott, but there's a lot of people looking forward to the Master Journey meetup, man.
Yeah, dude. Still got some details I'm ironing out, but it's starting to come together. I mean,
I'm gonna reach out to George and Justin and see if there's anywhere that they've had events near there, because they're right by Sagamore. Well, for the most part, anyway, like 15 minutes away tops.
Well, that's what I'm working on right now. It looks like I might be able to hire a couple of bartenders, like licensed bartenders, to come in and pour for us. So the caveat is like we could bring bottles to share, but we can't just walk around and pour them around for everybody. We would have to give them to the bartender that we would say, and pour that for that person.
Gotcha. Okay. That's not bad still, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to hear back if the hotel is still going to be okay with it, because if not, we'll have to find another venue, which I feel like we should be able to do pretty quickly. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, let me know, because I know, George and Justin, one owns Drug City Liquors and the other one is the Fountain. So they're like right by there. So just let me know and I can try to reach out to them and see if for some reason that falls through.
All right. I appreciate it, man.
So that would be it's going to be a lot of fun though. I'm really looking forward to it, man.
Yeah, that's the only thing we can do is everyone can't pray for rain. No pray for a dry day on Sunday, because if it gets rained out, then the whole event would have to be canceled at the farm because it'd get all muddy. And the live music can't set up, and it'd be a mess. So,
got some Jepsons up there.
Everybody thinks it's the bad stuff.
No, that's the good old MGP source stuff.
That's the MGP and the cast finish in cognac. This is a barrel pick from Starks in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin.
Nice,
and it's quite good. Quite good.
Can't wait to open this.
Oh, what do you got there?
Adam Shelton, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, you are.
Yep.
I wish you could open it right now and just tell us, give us your live thoughts.
I would love to, but I'm about to drive to the airport.
Oh, come on!
What a tease!
What a whiskey!
That's going to the Sagamore meetup. I'm gonna leave it sealed until then. Share with everybody who couldn't get it. While I was there the other day, I got to try some pretty crazy stuff. They had a North Carolina bourbon.
We tried. We tried it. They sent us samples of it too.
It was all right.
Actually, I think I'm trying to remember, when we were talking about it, what the hell, what that would have been. Do you have any idea what the hell the North Carolina distillery would be?
They have an NDA. I looked at the barrel.
Yeah.
And yeah.
What's it rhyme with?
Right.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with rhyming. You're like a lyricist, right?
Let me see if I took a picture of it.
The only stuff out of North Carolina that I know of, I had a bottle that I reviewed from Cook's Mill. That's it, bro.
I'm trying to remember the one that I had from North Carolina, but man, it's been a while.
The only barrel I took a picture of was the OZ Tyler. It's the
yeah,
cast strength weeder.
And that's old, man. That brand hasn't been around for a while now. So
yeah, the only one that I've ever had in North Carolina, I think, was like Copper Barrel Distillery or something like that. I think that was the only one that I've had out of North. Anything else out of there, I don't think I've had.
These guys are out of North Carolina.
Oh yeah, Cook's Mill.
Yeah, they were in the Ascots, Jay.
Yeah.
I thought all the North Carolina stuff was just moonshine.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of clear spirit distillers in North Carolina for sure. So very, very true.
Beer.
Yep, you'll have that.
Yeah, Fainting. I think the one I know was it Fainting Goat. I think that makes they make some moonshine and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool place though.
There's one called Asheville Distilling. It looks like their biggest one.
Asheville Distilling?
Asheville, yeah.
Okay. Asheville's a nice little town.
Asheville's a nice town. It's very artsy. So that bourbon probably smells like and tastes like paint and
patchouli.
Yeah, it tastes like it tastes like patchouli, and it's.
Oh God, I hate that. That's so nasty, man. Ugh.
You know the other bigger one, that Southern Distilling Company, if I'm not mistaken, are they the ones that took over that prison?
What?
I think there was a distillery that took over a I don't want to say abandoned, but it was a prison that they took over. They started distilling all of their stuff out of a prison.
That's Southern Grace Distilling.
Okay, well, this is Southern Distilling. I wasn't sure if it was that one or not.
Yeah, Southern Grace is that one.
Southern Grace. I never heard of that before.
Dude, there are so many distilleries out there that nobody's ever heard of.
It's insane how many there are now.
Yeah.
What's the company that for the cigars that you guys are getting? For the segment?
I don't remember offhand.
Mr. Cigar.
Cigarguy.com.
Cigarguy.com.
Home rolled, right?
Yeah. Rockandroll.com. I don't know what you call it. I just reviewed the new Woodford Batch Proof.
How was that?
Work on that video. It's I don't know, it's Woodford.
So same as the prior.
I don't know. I'm just never impressed by that stuff.
Do they really ever change for the most part? That's like literally everyone's reaction to them.
So I like last year's Batch Proof. I thought it was pretty good, but man, when I put it in the blind at the end of the year, you could smell and taste how young it was compared to the other bourbons in the blind. Yep. The one difference with this year's batch is it does come off a little bit older. I feel like there's more oak to it, but it's also, which was surprising, very nutty. Like it almost had like a beamy Heaven Hill type profile to it for me, which I thought was weird for Woodford Reserve. But other than that, it's everything you like about Woodford, just amped up a little. It's just like a good classic balanced bourbon that's high proof, but $130 for that. You don't know how old it is. You don't know anything about it. You just know that it's $130 bourbon. That's it.
Brown Foreman is now sourcing. I think that's what we just confirmed here. So.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that still don't realize that, Woodford is a blend of Brown Foreman column still or Old Forester column still and their pot still. A lot of people still don't know that. I mentioned it again in the review. So every now and again, you do pick up a little bit of a banana note in the Woodford. It's not often, but I think the heat cycling warehouse kind of aging kind of diminishes that a little bit. At least that's my theory. I'm not sure how true or not that is. But
was last year that 5 malt?
No, that was. Oh, was that last year? Or was that a year before? I don't remember.
It was 2 years ago.
Oh, 2 years ago.
Okay. They're all saying blend it with double oak to bring the proof up. Dude, it's 124.7 proof. It's pretty high. for a batch proof. But
that is pretty high.
I'm just saying it's.
Jason, did you see that old crow that was posted on Dustbusters?
I don't know. Did you tag me on it, you bastard?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's a little out of our range, but look at this.
You tagged me on another one last week, and I was like, you son of a bitch! I almost bought it.
So this is an Old Crow bourbon from 1880s to 1890s. They want 20K for it.
Oh Lord. Looks like Dusty's working some OT.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Dusty's selling.
Dusty said he's bringing it to the Sagamore pick.
He's selling all of his. He's selling all of his Dusties.
Chris Dale. That's gonna be awesome of you to bring that to the Sagamore pick.
Yeah. Everybody gets an ounce. $5 grand.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Easter Bunny. Can't wait to
Get
taste
free
it.
for this.
You know what? We could all pool our money and still not have enough to buy that thing, right?
Yeah,
Got $3.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has maker's mark of the OGR stamped on the bottom of the bottle. They were used in the 1880s, 1890s. Were made by blah blah blah, Boston glassware dealer. He received the bottles from factories in Baltimore and Philly. His bottles were a 3-piece mold, both in amber and green glass. Yeah, I mean he wants $20,000 for it.
He's probably been holding on to that for a little while, and he's like, "Oh, this is the time. Let's."
Yeah, that would be a very
he get
tough one
20?
to crack.
Will he get 20?
20,000. Yeah, 20K.
Hey, Dan, you needed to zoom in on yourself there because I think there's a little drool coming down there. Yeah.
No, this is above and beyond me, man.
Does it say OBO?
I don't know if he'll get 20.
OBO.
Someone will pay close to that to get that bottle.
Yeah.
Send him an offer.
There's some crazy people out there that would pay that.
I
Exactly.
mean, I can't say much because I've spent some crazy stuff, but not anywhere near that on a single bottle. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was saying before, like you could open that, it could taste like wet cardboard.
Right.
And
So
then
there is a line, Dan. There is a line you have.
oh, there's definitely a line.
19,000 was the line, and we just
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I
17.5, and that's Dusty Dan.
yeah, no, I put a chunk to the side, but that's like for lots, not for a single bottle. Like that's insane to me. But
He's already put Kathy up for sale on Facebook to pay for it.
I only need 19,900 more.
$100.
Joseph says, nice opening a bottle of cognac that time period, 1875, 1890. This weekend is part of a birthday.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's outstanding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus.
That's so bad.
I only need 19,900 more.
Oh God. I don't know how she doesn't murder him in the middle of the night, but good night, Sarah. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. LSU won the College World Series 18-4. Damn.
Holy shit. 18.
That's a good baseball team.
But that's one of those bottles, man. Like I said, there's just if you were to open it and it tastes like wet cardboard or like that's it's ruined at that point. So
would you tell anyone?
You just put out out a review. You say how great it was, and you sell it to the next guy for $9.
Yeah.
So Dan, what's the next Dusty you have on the radar?
I don't know. There was a pint that I was interested in. That was from the 1900s.
Wow.
Yeah, but we'll see. I don't know yet. I have a 2012 Stag up for sale right now for $23.50. So we'll see, because that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to move that to help grab the that other pint. So we'll see.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean nobody's really budging on that Stag though. I mean they typically go for more than that, but I started at 2,400. It's at 23.50 now, but we'll see.
Hey, we don't all have to stay on so long until Big Vic's in the dark again, do we? I don't have much time tonight. I don't have much time. It's like lunchtime for him. I can't stay on with Big Rig that long. Jesus.
It's 7:30, bro.
Oh.
Dan said at like 8:15 or 9 o'clock he's not staying on late tonight, and here we are at pushing 11 right now. So.
I have to be in DC by 7, so I gotta get up at 5 because of traffic.
Oh,
I've heard it all before, Dan, and here we are, 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know. I definitely can't do that. Oh my god.
Hey Dan, I think you sold your bottle. A couple of guys in here said they'll give you $23.50 sold.
23.50. All right.
I'll give you 25.
And sold.
The 2012 is a good stag though. That's one of the better ones.
Wait, which batch is that?
It's from 2012.
Oh, okay.
It's 142 something proof.
Man, I think that might have been like, if not their highest, one of their highest, right?
One of their highest. Yeah, 2016 I think was 144.1.
All right. Yeah, I had
2012.
Yeah,
the actual George T. Stag.
Yeah, see, my 2012 was 2,700 like 8 months ago, Dan. So your price is very good. Yeah, I mean it's lower than what it should go for. But
so what is it? 130? Was it 138 proof or
140? 142 something. That's hazmat.
142.8. That one.
Why do you want to bend it? You want to bend it?
I might bend that one.
That's the 2012 is a stellar bottle, man. That's one that is up there in the reams of the GTS world. So I slept and woke up with Big Fist, Big Vic still streaming.
Yeah.
I only read the first part of that. I slept and woke up with Big Vic.
No, I've slept.
You know what, man?
That's how we roll.
I've slept with Jason and I've slept with Eric, so you guys can't top that.
That's right.
You guys can't beat me on that.
That's a hell of a Friday night right there.
That is one hell of a Friday night.
We know who the Spooners are amongst this group right here, don't we?
There was a little cuddle talk earlier about where everybody's sleeping with Sagamore. So
there's definitely going to be some questionable roommates, some questionable roommate situations happening.
Oh god, I can only imagine. Damn, my oldest Dusty has cost me at least over $100,000. She still can't load the dishwasher correctly.
Oh my god!
Joe must be very comfortable that his wife. I'm assuming he's talking about his wife. That she's not.
Oh god. I don't know. I don't know how.
If he's not talking about his wife, I still hope she's not washing.
Yes, whoever that person is.
Either way.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, Mike.
You play in a band, right?
I don't play in a band. I do some session drumming here and there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, it's a Britney Spears cover band, but carry on.
Hey man, it's Kelly Clarkson. Get it right, asshole.
Sorry. Yeah, I knew I had the wrong one. Damn it.
That's how we can afford to pay for that new GTS he's about to.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah,
right.
Well, right. I figured out you were a drummer, but I didn't know what you did and whether you played in a band or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, I played in a few bands in New York. I was in a few different ones, all different types of music, but mainly once I moved here, I started rehearsing before I had my drum kit set up here at my house. I was living in an apartment and I couldn't drum there, obviously, so I would do some session drumming at a studio local. Mm-hmm. And a couple guys heard me playing, and they came in and said, "Hey, would you mind sitting in and playing with us at either this gig or record this song and stuff like that?" So, done a few things here. I just don't have the time to be in a band. I wish I could, but I can't.
Well, you're busy with bourbon, right?
He's busy doing short barrels.
Pick the mash.
Hey, have you opened it yet?
I just got it today.
Oh, you did. All right.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah, between my regular job and this channel, I don't have a lot of time to play with a band and get weird groupies.
It's that double 30-second note drum roll thing that you do when you start out that just flips me out. That I'm going, how in the hell does he do that?
You got your own different type of kind of groupies with the match.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I remember once. This is funny. I was talking to my girlfriend Kim, and she was, we like to bust each other's, bust each other's chops a lot, as Scott could tell you. So I was like on Instagram one time, and she goes,
Scott's laughing.
Yeah. She's like, oh, who's messaging you now on Instagram? She's like, are we gonna still be together? All your Instagram groupies calling you? I'm like, she's like, all your Instagram groupies wanting to have your baby. I'm like, babe, if somehow these like 50-year-old men with bourbon questions want to have your baby, that would be pretty amazing.
Yeah. That'd be pretty amazing. Yeah.
We were dying laughing. It was hilarious.
You gotta watch that.
Is
right?
The one that Vic and Adam had? Is that the modern Dusty? Is that what that is?
Yep.
Yeah. That's this bottle. It's black as night.
Man, that thing is ridiculous. Actually, I've got the
Can't
other
see
one. I've got a sample of the one we didn't select. I'm gonna drink some of that right now.
Man, if somebody wants to, if one of you guys can send me a sample of that, I'll send you something back.
All right, Dan, I got you, buddy.
All right.
One of these is the Turks.
Adam already said he's bringing it down to Sagamore.
Yeah, I'm bringing mine.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't wait till then, though.
I'll probably bring mine. I'll probably bring mine too. I mean, it's as much as I want to save it, it's better to kind of share with folks, I think. But
it's super easy to drink, and what is that thing? 130 proof. Jesus,
it's 129.7, and it drinks like 105 and 106.
That'll be perfect for brunch.
Brunch.
It's definitely it's a brunch proof right there.
I want to see Big Big drinking and just like fall asleep outside and just be watching him fall asleep.
people are going to be shit faced at that event, man. I can already see it. I mean,
I understand people drinking, have a good time. I just hope people don't get sloppy and we have to like deal with like people puking and shit. Just if you're gonna get sloppy, go up to your room, please, and deal with it.
People out.
I don't want to have to bounce people, so everyone's got to watch their shit. We'll have plenty of liquid IV. There'll be water. There'll be Z-Biotics. All the things you need to keep your shit together.
Yep.
I'm live streaming the whole thing on YouTube. So
Whiskey Weekend Batch 4, very small Glen. This is great for measured pours.
There you go.
It's on a lanyard, so you don't lose it.
True professional right there.
That thing would make me drink more. I'd be like, well, that one's done. Pour that one's done. That one's done.
Right.
Get like a nice 1/4 ounce pour in this.
That's good for like a beer garden, I feel like, but I don't know about a 130 proof whiskey that looks like it or drinks like it's 104.
Yeah, it'd be a little dangerous.
Vic, did you crack that bottle?
No, bro.
Okay.
I'm looking at it and I'm like, shit, 130. I'm just starting the night.
It's not gonna feel like 130, Vic. I'm just telling you. That's what she said. I'm just saying it.
Nice. Wait. They told me that they had 8 barrels of that 15-year light whiskey, and there's a local store here that got one. So I'm gonna go there and try to get one of those too.
Did it have more than 40 bottles in it?
Probably.
So the old Carter members club posted they have an American whiskey that they released. It's $300.
Well, I mean, kind of par for the course. I mean, really.
To the members?
Yeah, it's $300. It's a 16-year American whiskey, 134.6 proof. $300, 99% corn, 3-barrel blend.
Did they finish it?
Mm-mm.
Might be like a double oak or something. I mean, they could have done.
That's what the batch 14 was.
Oh yeah.
It's not. That's not an American whiskey though. You know what I mean? This is an American whiskey, but
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I can't do it, but.
Well, isn't everything Old Carter finished?
No.
A lot of their stuff last year was toasted.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it is, it doesn't say, but it just says 16-year age statement distilled in Indiana from a bourbon mash bill of 99% corn, 3-barrel blend, non-chill filtered, 134.6 proof, 522 bottles.
If I keep sipping with you guys, I'm going to be toasted. Cheers to that, right?
Yeah. No, I just can't. I don't know. I can't bring myself to buy it though.
Well, Darrell said he tried it a couple weeks ago. It was very good.
Thought it was very good. I tried it a couple. Is it $300 good though, Darrell?
Plus, what was the membership? $100 per month. So is it $400 good?
Yeah. Well, it was originally it was like $1,200 a year, and then it's $100 a month now, every month. Yeah.
Wow, that's a low price.
Well,
it's either so it was a deal at $1,200 or $1,200 a year, or it's now $100 a month.
Yeah.
That sounds like a better deal.
Yeah, I know. That's a way better deal. Yeah. I want somebody to tell me the savings on that one.
Mark's a cool dude.
He's a good guy.
Sounds like a used car deal.
Chris, are you what is the guy that you partnered with?
Whiskey Noobs podcast. That part, Chris. His name's Chris as well with Whiskey Noobs podcast.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Is he going to be doing another pick with you too at some point, or?
I'm not doing anything with him. He's doing something else. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but he's working with another company. I'll say that as far as distribution goes.
Okay.
I haven't signed anything with any other companies, and I don't plan to anytime in the future. But yeah, I'm wide open. The experience that I've had with Shared Pour leaves me to believe that I want to continue working with Jay himself and Shared Pour. I had a great experience with them.
Jason, aren't Sarah and Chad curators over at Shared Pour too?
Yes.
Are they? Okay. All right.
Does Shared Pour have like a contract with people?
No.
As far as distribution goes, because I know there's some other sites that are popping up that are offering that through.
Yeah, no contracts, but I mean, it's one of those things where I've always felt like it could go that way. There's marketing contracts that come out. There's different contracts that do pop up here and there. Scott and I have never really run into that situation before, but you know, if it does happen to go that way, I wouldn't be surprised. But normally things are just kind of done in, you know, it's kind of a virtual agreement over email or chat. It's like, all right, so we got this in. This is the price. When are we going to release it? Where are the stickers? And go. And that's it.
Yeah. And I'm assuming with you guys, with having a bigger audience, it's a lot more trust, I would say, as far as what they can expect from you and what you can expect from them. Where
I mean, obviously there's situations where we wish, you know, other bottles would sell faster. I mean, Scott and I talk about it all the time. It's really hard to read the tea leaves on some releases versus others. We just don't know, you know, what people are interested in. Ryes seem to be the toughest. There are ryes that we released that have sold out immediately, and there are ryes that we've released that just sit. We just don't understand what it is. Is it a brand thing? Is it a price thing? It all kind of, it's like, we'll get feedback. Oh yeah, we want that bottle, do that pick. And then we do the pick and then it sits. So some of that happens. And obviously you have to work with the distributor to try to push those bottles. I mean, we won't lie, you know, Scott and I, we do what we can. We post what we can to try to move bottles that sell, but sometimes they're just not going to sell. And if it doesn't sell, we probably won't do that pick again. Like Scott and I will never do an Old Elk again. And we'll probably never do a Woodinville again. Those are off the list.
Yeah, they're just very, very, very tough. It just, man, when people get off of a brand, we notice it. It seems like you really see the analytics of that, and it's like, holy Jesus, that was a tough one.
I feel like it's also hard just to keep up with, you know, when everybody's like, I want Woodinville, or Old Elk. Then by the time you get the pick out. You know, it moves so fast these days with bourbon. Everybody.
Well, and you also got to remember, if you're getting a pick, chances are that the allocation is going out to other groups, which means there's other picks out there that you're competing with. So you gotta make sure that, because like when Scott and I do a pick on Keg and Bottle, like when we did the turkey picks last year, we were there with 3 other groups doing turkey picks. We did it with Chad and Sarah. We did it with Bourbon Pursuit was there, and so was Rare Bird 101. So all 4 of us were picking barrels that same exact day, which are essentially all going to come out at the same time. So if you're a member of 2 or 3
groups
of the groups, then it's like, where do you spend your money?
Pick which one, right?
Yeah, really. Now we're to the point where you have to kind of hope like some groups picks just get lost, and then you like lose the competition. You're like,
It's
okay,
always
that's
yours.
like, yeah,
I was gonna say, it's
unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, it's ours. I'm like, what? How about we
Stop
lose
wishing
somebody
for
else's? Like we've already gone through it a couple of times. Lose someone else's.
Do you find that you're also trying to space out picks so you're not dropping 2 or 3 bottles at the same time?
You have to, but you can't plan it. There's no way. I'm telling you now, Chris. If you do multiple picks, man, there's no way to plan it. You can't.
I'm nowhere near it. I'm just
saying, like you can't. You can't. If you happen to do like 3 picks and they tell you, oh, we'll have it in like 3 months, 4 months, dude. You're gonna wait. You're gonna wait like 7 months, and then all of a sudden, all 3 drop at once, and your distributor's gonna be like, "We got to move all these." And you're like, what do I do?
That's honestly,
hey, everybody, buy 3 of these. Yeah,
that's what happened. That's what happened to us at the end of the year, beginning of the year. We ended up with like everything. All of a sudden, it was like, "Hey, your bottles are in. Your bottles are in." We're like, "Oh, son of a bitch! This is gonna be really, really difficult." So
all of a sudden, all of them are in.
That's what happened to us.
That's what happened to us. It was like left and right. And then, I mean, bottles we forgot about for months. Like, hey, your pick is in. I'm like, did we even pick that? Like, when did we pick that bottle?
Yeah. What did we do that with?
Actually, Scott, I meant to tell you there was a bottle that we picked months ago that we totally forgot about.
That we picked months ago that we forgot. That's like ready now.
Like maybe even like the end of last year we forgot about. And it's been sitting in a barrel, mingling and getting better and better. Apparently,
Ruh-roh.
Is it the only thing I could think of would be was it Rare Character?
No.
Oh
no, it's actually a bottle we did with Gene over at Cat's Eye.
Really?
It's a Borai that we picked months ago.
Oh my God! I literally completely forgot all about that.
And he forgot about it. He said it's been sitting in the back of his warehouse and with our name on it, and he totally forgot about it. And it's sitting back there. And he said it's been sitting in there for like 8 months, and he said it's darker than most of his other blends. The thing is
getting yummy.
Oh okay. All right. Well, I'm glad.
It sounds like a good problem.
Yeah, I'm like,
short barrel though.
I might send Scott and I some sand. Well, it's a blend, so harder to be a short barrel. Thank God.
Yeah, thank God. Mm-hmm. All right, well, that's good. So is it gonna be like a NASF or what?
I don't know. I told him to send us a fresh set of samples so we could try it. He said it's so good he bottled one for himself. I'm like, okay.
If it's not a NASF, we can just call it ASF.
We're just gonna call it the forgotten one. No, we're gonna call it unforgotten, forgotten again, unforgotten.
Unforgotten, forgot about it. Reminded, unforgotten, forgotten.
Yeah.
Cheers, Eric. Good to see you, man.
There's unforgiven, there's unforgotten, and now there's forbidden.
Yep.
Yeah, forbidden. Yeah.
Jason, you were talking about your wooden bill pick. I got one of each of those, and I thought that was excellent.
Dude, they're fantastic. Just that people didn't want to. I guess buy them.
I don't know whether it was a brand that was a turn off or something. I don't know.
From the feedback that we got in the analytics we saw across the board, it's a pricing thing mainly because their stuff isn't getting any older, yet they're keeping their price like $80 or $90, and it's still like a 4 to 5 year product. So I think that's the hang up, which makes sense. Makes sense.
All right, y'all.
Yeah.
It's also
all right, Adam.
Good night.
Here's Adam.
See you, buddy.
I can tell you though firsthand, it's also what has come out like right before that and like what's coming out too. As well, because,
that plays into it for sure.
Yep.
Yep.
We really think that's probably what happened with our Knob Creek rye, which was a really great rye. It just no one wanted it because it was right before all the turkey picks were coming, and it was like, yeah, we knew we were kind of screwed. We had a lot of stuff going on with that as well. So and some of the American single malts, we get it. It's again, not all of them are going to have a big beautiful face like Big Vic on there. So unfortunately, Yeah, we can't just put those fancy
I mean,
stickers on.
Vic's picks actually sold really well.
There's still 74 available.
What's that?
There's still 74 available.
Oh,
But-
all right. So I retract my statement.
Yeah.
No, never mind. Yeah, I retract. Never mind. We take that back. It's just tough. I mean,
It's all
we
good.
get it. You know,
I love it.
Yeah, it is a fantastic single malt. That's for sure.
All right, Richie Z. Good night, buddy. Cheers, man. Thank you.
Hi, Richie.
Sean and Marie D in the house. Eric Gunderson's here.
Eric
So
G.
Chris, you're working on picks, or what are you trying to do?
I just put out my first pick. I did a Blue Note pick with another guy, Chris Whiskey Noobs podcast. We sold through it before it hit the public. We released Patron, and then I have a Discord. He has an email mailing list through his podcast. So it was Patron for 2 days, and then it hit my Discord, which has like 300 members. His email list has like 200 members, and we sold out before it hit public, which was nice.
It's interesting to see like folks like each year. Hey, what's up, Terrell?
What's going on,
bud.
guys?
Oh, bud.
It's interesting to see each year like what becomes the like the new like first pick ever for groups. Like I remember for like years it was New Riff.
Yeah,
And then everybody did a New Riff first. Like, oh, we got a New Riff, and then I think it's kind of becoming Blue Note. A lot of people are getting Blue Note first.
I think the price point was right. I think it's good whiskey no matter which one we picked. We weren't going to be wrong type of deal where obviously some are better than others. But, I mean, Green River's putting out great product. Obviously, the news of Bardstown Bourbon Company buying them up. So it just became, this whole story behind it. And then, again, that price point at $50, I don't think it overwhelmed any of the patrons or anybody like that.
And their stuff is getting better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that Blue Note pick is fantastic, man.
I love the one I got. Super sweet. I like super sweet bourbons. And so again, we were saying this earlier with what you and Scott do. I want to put out picks, but I don't think I'm big enough where one, I want to work by myself. So I always want to team up with somebody that I'm cool with. I know Dusty and me have talked about putting together a pick together. So that would be really cool to team up with him and do that. So I think doing that and having two communities is going to be a lot easier to push through 160, 180 bottles.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely a smart way to do it in the beginning for sure. So.
Yeah, even trying to put out a half barrel on my own, and then somebody else gets another half, and it's just
you guys can name your club Christie.
There you go,
Christie.
I think it's all about like what like you said, what you're picking. It's gotta resonate with your community, and otherwise you're just putting out picks for hoping that people buy them. So
and that's the one thing you just can't do. It's just, man, when you feel like you got to do that or that you want to do that, it's probably time to like reconsider something, because man, it's just, and I'm sure like sometimes like we've all probably had picks at stores or something that have done. You're like, holy shit, man, this thing is not very good. Like I had remember like a couple years ago an Old Forester single barrel, and my God, it was like one of the worst things ever. I'm like, I have
the same thing.
I'm like, I don't even know how anyone even tasted what this thing is god awful. But
it was my first experience with Old Forester single barrel, and I was like, this is what people are out here hunting for, because this is not good.
Yeah.
It was
they send you 3 samples and you pick the best of the 3, and it's still not good.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
we've had a lot of stuff sent to us, and we just Scott
and I have turned down a lot of stuff recently that we just got a whole batch of stuff from a distillery or not even distillery, a distilling non-distilling producer that we really love, and we tasted through 5 or 6 samples, and we were like these are terrible.
I'm not putting my name on this.
And they're like this stuff is hitting right now, you should try it, and we're like, no, it's not.
It's hitting somebody, I'm sure.
I don't know what
I mean, somebody will think that shit is good, but there's no way Scott and I were putting our name on it.
You almost get into a point where people want to just put it out because of the name. Obviously you're not saying who it was, but you get a bottle and you're like, oh, this is a Russell's Reserve pick, which don't get me wrong, I haven't had a bad one yet, but just to give you like the brand recognition behind it, and then you think it's going to sell, and then all you need is that one person to be like, this isn't good, and then you lose all your reputation when it comes to it.
We've got a couple cases of KC pick left over, and it was the best of the 3 samples, but it wasn't over the top where it's going to sell out in a week or two. You know.
Yeah, and that's sometimes the game. I mean, you just, I mean, you're going to run into distillers that you're going to get a batch of barrels or a batch of samples, and they're just all going to suck. And sometimes they'll be like, well, tough shit, pick one, or just walk away from it.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Yeah, and
do you think that's a conscious decision? Do you think that's a conscious decision from the distiller? Because they're tasting it before they send it to you, right? They're not. You think they're tasting some stuff and being like,
I don't know if they're tasting. I mean, I'm sure somebody's tasting them at some point, but those barrels normally get earmarked for barrel picks rather than either being put in a batch or putting them, as far as like anything special. So they'll get earmarked for the single barrel program, and they'll get kind of put in that lot, and you have the, they'll kind of put them out there and see what sells. So
yeah, you gotta be willing to walk away, whether you're there with a group of guys or if you're just tasting them. You just gotta be willing to walk.
Yeah. Darrell, what are you drinking?
You guys started talking about it, so
yeah.
My wife is give me one quick second.
Blake says if wait, what does it say? If they're 53 gallons, Jason and Scott don't want those barrels. If it's 53 gallons.
We only want the barrels that only have like 7 inches of whiskey in it. That's it.
7 inches. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, Scott and I, we're releasing an amazing backbone pick this Thursday.
It's
so good, dude.
It is really, really good. It was
Finish or just straight?
What's that?
Finish or straight?
It's finished.
It's finished. Rum, port, and then it was double oaked. It is really damn good. I've already said it like live and other thing. I think it's going to end up being a bottle that people will love when they get it, and then the people who don't have to listen to the people talk about who did get it, and they'll regret it. It's that good of a finished whiskey, in my opinion.
Nice.
I mean, we've had some good ones, but like when you like really latch onto something that's got a really great balance and finish and all that, our flux capacitor pick that this is really, really good. So,
nice.
Scott, shame on me. I ran out of oh God.
Bourbon Baller Lee. That's how you do it, buddy.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Forget it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Mike. What were you going to say?
Oh man. No, I was just I was hooked up with you guys with Scott and with Patreon, and then all of a sudden that kind of ran out for the year, and I just hooked up tonight with Dusty Dan. Damn it.
There you go. There you go. Can't go wrong with that.
Well, I can't go wrong with that, but that one you just described sounds like really good,
Well, I mean, it's just one of those, and we get it. We know a lot of people want to support a lot of people. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of us would go broke having to support every single person that's out there. We all get that, and that's just part of the way that it is. And man, there's zero hard feelings on anyone's part of anything. We all get it.
I just want to spread the love a little bit, right?
Got it.
That's what everybody should be doing, is spreading the love through all these great channels.
Yep, we get it.
There's a lot of good stuff out there. I enjoy a lot of people on YouTube.
There's something different for everyone out there.
You guys are lots of fun.
Darrell, you saw the post that I had on Facebook.
Yeah.
Right.
Darrell, you stay away. It's mine.
Oh no, not that post. Not that post.
No, the old crow. Yeah,
20,000.
Oh, the old crow. A little 20K for that one. There you go.
You don't want to split it, man? Come on.
Yeah, 3 ways.
Yeah.
God.
My 401k is 399,000 short due to supporting all the barrel picks.
No, I thought that was Joe again.
I know. It's so tough. We get it.
So Scott, Jason, realistically speaking, like how many picks have you guys turned away due to like just it being not good? Like out of like what you guys have picked, like What's the ratio of like stuff that you were sent? You were like, hey, I just can't do this. Like, it's not good enough to release to our people.
I think more of the ones that we've turned down have been more recent. Obviously, in the beginning, we were just trying to get everything started, and but we got pretty lucky with barrels. Elijah Craig. I mean, we've told the story before. That was the most concerning one because we were one of the first groups to get an Elijah Craig barrel proof, and 2 of the 3 barrels were horrible.
Yeah, they're bad.
And the one we ended up with was a really good barrel, but it's like, okay, was it really that good, or just because the other 2 were that bad? It's like if we it's like, are we going to walk away from Elijah Craig barrel proof? I mean, we might have to unless this last barrel is really good. And thank God it ended up being a good bourbon, but yeah, I would say, I don't know, Scott, like in the last more like 6-7 months, we've gotten a lot of samples that we're just like, no.
Yeah, really the last, I'd say the last 6, 7, I mean, it's been a handful, so it just, really kind of just depends on, unfortunately, like what it is, and you're also taking into consideration how many of those bottles do you really want from that particular brand. You may get a lot of other things and they're willing to sell you a bunch of things, but you just can't do all of it. So
sometimes you could ask them to send you like, what else you got? And sometimes they'll be like, oh, I got some other stuff, and they'll send you some stuff. But most of the big guys especially won't do that. So, But it seems like more of the trend now is people want like unique blends rather than just a single barrel. Single barrels are good, but there's a lot of them. So
plus, and one of the things we kind of started with early on was the fact that, we understand not everyone's going to be able to get Russells, Four Roses, Buffalo Trace. You can't just get all of those all the time. So you kind of have to hang your hat on the fact that you're going to go outside that box and find different things that a lot of people aren't either familiar with or not sure about what it is. Cedar Ridge was one. I mean, the Southern Collective was kind of an easy one because of what it was. But, Cedar Ridge kind of just came to mind, but it was really good whiskey. And when we got there, we had no expectation. We were like, man, it's a craft distillery. What's it going to be like? And it ended up being very, very good whiskey. So you kind of hope that people trust, what we're doing and what we're bringing, that it's still going to be good whiskey. So.
That's not too bad for
Hooflong. Douglas got invited to join a tasting for a few barrels at a local store recently. Had to critique the barrels in front of the guy who sourced them.
Ugh. That's easier than the guy who blended them, right? He didn't make them.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not his whiskey.
But even when you're sourcing them, I mean, people got to remember that most of these guys that source these barrels, they don't know what they're getting. All they're getting is they have a lot of like, I need 5-year this, 6-year that, and here's 200 barrels. Here you go. They generally they're not going in there and cherry picking every barrel. You're going to have some stinkers in there, and you have to figure out as an NDP what to do with those barrels and what to do with those products. I mean,
send them to the Mash and Journey and see if they want to put them as a single barrel.
No, I mean, if they're shit, I'm going to blend them and see if I can make something better.
Not all you can do sometimes.
Yeah.
That is what happens. Unfortunately, a lot of times these guys end up having to blend it.
Some of those barrels need to be in a batch.
For sure.
I agree.
Yeah. They're not good enough to be a single barrel.
No.
And we last 2 or 3 invites to barrel picks. A friend and I went and tasted. And give the guy a call on the way home and said, "Nah, don't put our name on that. The Facebook group name or whatever like that. We don't want to be associated with something that is really not good at all. And you pick through 3 usually. Sometimes you pick through 4 or 5 depending on what distillery it is and how many samples they send. And geez, that last one, there was 5 samples, and we looked at each other and said, wow, this is a hard one. Not because they're all good, simply because they were all bad, and you couldn't pick one that was exceptional out of those 5.
I just walked the fuck away. I wouldn't even.
That's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we did. Yeah.
You ever have to do that in person? Sitting down, doing a sample in person.
Yeah, Woodinville for a barrel pick, went through 4 and asked for 4 more before picking something. At least they were going off. Hey, yeah.
In person, I feel like that would be tough to be like, listen, thanks for having us out, but
really, honestly, I would say the ones we've done in person, fortunately, we've had a lot of options. Like we've just been fortunate to either be like in the right scenario or whatever, but we've been very fortunate to just have like a run of whatever it was that we were doing. And outside of Elijah Craig, they're like, here are 3 barrels. If you don't like them,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the ones that we've turned down more often has been like the non-distilling producers that are sourcing barrels and they just don't have great stuff yet, or their stuff needs to sit. That's more the stuff that we've turned down more than anything. It's like there's nothing special because, as Darrell will let you know, once you bring out a bottle like the Houdini, which was a 6-year Nashville Barrel Company masterpiece, like it's like every 6 year has to be near or close to that level. Or on that level, and there just isn't a lot of barrels out there like that. Unfortunately.
And the flip side happens. Sometimes you get like something that they throw in that's just like you have no idea what it's going to be, and you try it and you really like it. The Southern Collective one was exactly what happened there. We didn't really know what the hell that thing was going to be all about.
So was the Backbone.
The Backbone ones too. Yeah, we had no idea. He just threw it in. It was something he had been working on and said, "Hey, I'm going to send you this." And he did.
I had just gotten ADHD's Backbone pick, which is freaking delicious. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait to taste these really good MGP, barrels like that. And the ones that we got weren't even close to that.
Yeah.
So we got towards the end, and we're like, oh, what is this thing? And it ended up being this blend of finished bourbons, which were crazy.
Yeah. Was ridiculous.
Yep.
Cheers, Lance. Whiskey Tornadoes in the house. Whiskey Corner is in the house as well. Bourbon Ball Lee says, I manage a liquor store, so I work closely with a lot of people to provide the best picks as possible. Nice. Where is that? Where do you manage that store?
Yeah, Washington.
He's in Washington.
Washington? Okay.
West Coast.
Gotcha.
The best coast.
The best coast.
West Coast.
Jesus.
Yeah, I beg to differ over to California. Whatever.
Yeah, I would too. I'm like, you guys are you either got a mudslide coming or there's a fire behind you or something. Or you're.
Oh my God! Come to California. It's fantastic.
A big crack in Jesus.
It's
we can't talk too much over here now. We got Canadian wildfires pushing me out of my own city down here.
Oh, Chris, man, that sucks, dude.
Dude, it was wild. It was a wild 3 or 4 days down here when that
happened. I bet. That looked like a mess. Jesus.
Come to see Big Vic sit outside. It's fantastic.
Oh man, that's good.
Oh, Jason, there's a guy that comes to our whiskey tasting group once a month that talks like that, and everybody just falls out of their chairs laughing at that guy.
That's funny.
That is great.
That's either Arnold or that's either Hans or Franz from Saturday Night Live.
Man, you know it's funny. I was asking a person at work the other night. I was like, "Do you ever watch SNL?" And they were like, "SNL." Are you serious right now? Like, you've never watched Saturday Night Live? Never. I was like, "Oh my God, man!"
Really? Oh
yeah.
Geez.
Yep.
Oh, dude, the documentary on Arnold on Netflix was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was.
I saw a piece of it. I haven't seen the whole thing yet, though.
Yeah.
Get to the chopper.
It was interesting. It was interesting to hear about his rivalry with Sylvester Stallone back in the day.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
I didn't know it ran that deep. Like they hated each other back in the day when they were, because it was like he had Commando, then he had Rambo, then he had this, then he had that, and it was like all this back and forth until then Arnold Schwarzenegger started doing like these comedy movies like Twins and these other ones, which kind of put him a little bit ahead of Sylvester Stallone. Yeah. And what did Sly Stallone do? Throw Mama from the train. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Bourbon Ali says, I disagree. He says, I was born in Connecticut, but opportunity is better on the West Coast.
All right. I
Thank
get
you,
it.
Bobby.
Tommy D's in the house. Cheers, Tommy D. Who was your daddy? What does he do?
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
You got the voice down, man. You got it. Jason and Scott, how was your pick at Hard Truth? Our pick for Barrels for Hope was amazing.
Oh man, that place is great.
Lance, you know what? I'll let Scott tell you because Scott had never had a drop of their stuff before that day, and he was completely he was amazed.
I was really surprised like how good like some of that younger ish stuff. I mean, the barrels that we were picking through were like at times I think just over 3 years old. The one we ended up with was kind of cool. It was a little bit different. They kind of like used a I don't know, like almost like a router or something, and carved all of the inside of the barrel, shaved it, left all the barrel shavings in the bottom of it, and really allowed all the whiskey to come into contact. So the thing we've got is super dark. And again, it was just over 3 years old, but they're just doing like some really cool things. You can taste like as that whiskey gets older, like just how good that stuff's really, really going to be.
Yeah, Darrell was there too with us. It was, and just the experience overall was amazing.
Yeah, that whole tour is crazy. And like you was touching on, Scotty, once that stuff is like 5 years old, like their stuff right now is just absolutely ridiculous. And the finished stuff that we got to taste, that's still like 3 years old, was ridiculous.
That's crazy to me to think that stuff is so young, but yet so flavorful. That's crazy.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
I was gonna say maybe it's like one of two things, if not both. I mean, it's sweet mash like Peerless, and maybe I mean this is kind of a shocker, but maybe the person producing the distillate knows what the fuck he's doing and is making a good mash. I mean, those two combos can really
that can't be it. That can't be it.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. Yeah, you're right.
There has to be a whole story to it. It's the rarest whiskey ever found in Indiana. Like there has to be a story to it
because it should not be
Mizunora or something. Had to be finished in Mizunora.
Is it small barrel?
No.
They're using 53.
It's 53s. Wow.
No, the stuff is,
and it's not rye.
No, it is rye.
Where are they located?
Oh, it is rye. Okay.
It's a sweet mash rye. It's in it's in Indiana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jason, did you crack the single barrel from the gift shop?
No, not yet. I still have it up here.
It's way different than what we tasted in there.
Like in a good way or a bad way?
Very good way.
Okay, good.
Oh.
That barrel, oh my God. I dipped into it, then I kept dipping into it. I'm probably like maybe a third through the bottle, I think.
He owns the barrel at this point.
It's probably one of the best ryes I own, I think.
Really?
That single barrel, yeah. It's really, really good.
You're a rye guy then, huh?
I'm a whiskey guy.
You're a whiskey guy?
Yeah.
But if you get a really, really good rye like that, it's like you can't get anything better.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I definitely own more bourbon than rye, but
I do too.
Nice finding a company like that I didn't know anything about like 2 months ago, right? To be like, holy crap, it's some of the best stuff I've had, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Dude, even the new Wilderness Trail small batch ryes and the single barrel ryes are some of the best stuff coming out of there right now. Nobody talks about it, and that's fine. Could kind of keep it on the down low, but some of that stuff that they're making has been incredible too.
Speaking of that, I think that's something else we got to get back into. I think we need to do another one of those.
Oh, I already talked to Dr. Pat about it. So.
Yeah, I know you had him on, so get to working.
Once you try something from the distillery though you don't like, then all of a sudden you kind of want to write them off for a minute, and then you don't recognize.
And that was a fantastic day when we were there. We were just there with we were out in the Rick House Rise, just drilling barrels and trying whatever we wanted. It was awesome.
Hey Darrell, with so I know you've posted several times on the market with samples.
Yeah.
Are you saving up to buy something or just
no? So I got 4 bottles left. Dude, I've been trying to make room because my wife's been like on my ass about bottles that were accumulating. I actually move it so it doesn't look cluttered on the street. I had some stuff here, but no. So everything that was pretty low, or kind of low. I probably got rid of, I think I'm up to 18 bottles now within 3 weeks.
Damn.
And I have 3 bottles left to put on a shelf that's sitting on the floor. Then from there, I'll probably stop. I'm probably done now because I don't really need to. I'll just finish a couple things at a low and add those bottles. But it was mainly to make room.
Okay. Is there anything that you're hunting now with those additional funds or
Daniel Weller?
Daniel
No.
Weller.
no
Daniel
way?
Weller?
No way.
They can
Nobody's
have
picking that up for 500.
Oh my god.
No.
First of all, if
I
you're
made-
lucky to find it, you're maybe even lucky to find it at 500. Jesus.
Yeah, you ain't gonna find it at 500, no way.
I may grab a couple Pyre bottles, but nothing in another Michter's 10.
I need to find more of those in my life for sure.
Michter's this year's Michter's 10 bourbon.
Yeah.
Dude, that thing is a beast. It's so good.
The hard truth pick, Jay. I'm gonna pour a little bit of it.
What's
I haven't tried that yet.
The hard truth pick that we did.
Oh, you have that?
That was so good.
So, yeah, we loved it.
Scott JG, cheers, man. Good to see you. Picked up a 4 Wild Turkey Rye store picks. Or Wilderness Trail. I'm sorry, Wilderness Trail Rye store picks for a total of 88. Oh my god.
Damn. 4 for 88 bucks. Holy shit.
Wild Turkey
4 of
Rye
them?
store picks? What?
Holy Christ! $22. Oh my
How's
god!
the price that? Yeah, that's crazy.
Were they cutting slashing prices? What
It's
happened?
got to be $88 each, right?
Barrel aged Fireball.
That's
gonna
be too much.
That's gonna be our next pick.
88 for 4 though. That $22.
Barrel aged Fireball. Yeah, there you go.
CA said 1998.
1998.
Yeah, but Scott, define WT. Is that Wilderness Trail or is that
That has to be Wilderness Trail.
Wilderness Trail?
It has.
Damn.
There's no way it's turkey.
Yeah, I mean,
Does Turkey even do
1998 a bottle?
rye single barrels?
yeah, they just announced they're
bud.
going to start doing Russell's Rye single barrels now.
Oh
So
shit!
we're gonna Scott and I are gonna try to get one in there for August when we do picks.
Wilderness. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be a good one to do. That'd be a fun one. It was a lot of fun there. So
Hey, Jason,
Yeah.
if you oh boy, yeah, here we go.
yeah, here we go.
Some of that damn cinnamon whiskey again. Here we go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me. Oh boy, I don't think I can make this quick enough.
What's happening?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Take your time, Mike.
What's happening here?
You said
Man, what's going on, man? How are you?
Hold on a second.
Fireball cocktail.
What's up, Ben? What do you
Look
say?
at Look at Chris. He's in for the long. Chris is in for the long haul. He's got
I'm ready
fucking
for it. Let's
snacks
go.
and everything he uses.
I'm not gonna mix one, but you
There we
mix
go, man. There you go.
mix cream soda and Fireball, and it tastes like a cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
But Dan wanted to see the bottles, so
Yep, try that one.
that's the Evan Williams America edition.
Hey Ben, show you have those bottles you found?
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna zoom in on you. Show everybody what you found. Your dusty find.
if you zoom in now, you're gonna get my ass because they're behind me.
That's what I want to see. I want to see your
Yeah,
ass.
let's say be easy with the zoom. Be easy with the zoom button there.
I want to see the full. I want to see the full Monty.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hold on, see. All right, here I'm going to zoom in now, Ben. So Ben found these dusty bottles just recently.
Yep. One more.
You got bags and bottles everywhere.
He's old.
Worse than me.
Oh,
Canadian
Canadian
Club.
Club. Look at
Yeah,
that.
Canadian Club.
Is it like a 70s?
A 82.
82.
Yeah.
Where the hell did you find that at? Some old ass liquor store?
So there was a yard sale, and we stopped off, and they had a lot of old stuff. So, every once in a while you ask, you got any old liquor? The family is moving. He goes, yeah, I got a couple old bottles. My grandparents owned a liquor store in Kansas.
Oh no.
Let me see what I got in the house.
Oh man. And he came out with Canadian Club. That had to be a little disappointing.
He came out with Oh, the old beam stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone
look at
had
that.
How many months?
God, those beam decanters are everywhere.
150.
150 months old.
12,
Nice.
shit.
150
Oh,
86 proof.
It's 12 and
Yeah.
a half.
Oh,
Yeah.
100 oh, okay. That's probably one of the older ones I've seen, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a pretty old bottle.
that's
150
crazy.
months.
Yep.
It's dated 1969.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's old beam.
12 and a half year old.
Yeah, it's
All
a
right,
12
man.
and a half,
Show
12
me the
and
other
a half.
hitter. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Look at that.
Oh, that's cool. I like
Yeah, that's
that.
really cool.
That's cool.
Is that one not stated on the neck tag?
It
Not,
should.
What is it?
not say on the neck tag, but you could see the remnants of the Kansas tax stamp on it if my camera
Yeah.
thing.
It doesn't have a date on there though, hey?
Uh,
78 on the bottom, right?
yep. There's
Right
a
hand
65
side.
and a 78.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's
Boy,
cool.
That one hasn't been cracked. Yeah. Nice.
Bring that. You should bring that down to Yellowstone and share it with what's his name?
Look at that one, man. Bottled and Bond, old charter.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
Bottled and Bond. That is DSP number 2. That's old Bernheim.
Yeah.
That's
What
cool.
a beautiful bottle. Look at that. Yeah.
That is cool.
That's cool, man.
All right, now hit us with the deal. Hit us with the deal you got.
You got everything for $9.99.
Yeah, $9.99.
I gave him
88 bucks.
140 bucks.
Yeah.
Oh,
140?
Yeah.
Wow.
that guy was probably like, well, shit, yeah, I'll take $140 for this.
Yeah. Yeah.
The old charter's worth more than that.
Oh my God, the beams
Honestly,
were
that's
almost
like
that.
Honestly, that's what I had cash in my wallet. I offered it to him, and he said yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Those
Yeah.
beams, those 150-month beams go for almost that by itself. I mean, that Yellowstone's several hundred, and then the Bottled and Bond, I mean, Bernheim, old charters. You don't find a lot of those. So I mean, especially being DSP number 2, I mean, that's old Bernheim stuff. I've
never been more happy to find screw caps.
Yeah.
The label on that's really clean too.
I'm gonna have to watch for more people dying and shit around here.
It's gonna be following the obituary.
Go to estate sales. You find some good shit sometimes.
Oh, yeah, that's my point.
The problem is it takes time, and you got to get lucky, and you strike out a lot.
Oh yeah.
You have any old whiskey, sir? No, but I got this nice set of lawn chairs from 1960.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take them. I'll take those.
I got 140 bucks. They're yours.
Yeah, $140. They're vintage.
There's Bourbon Bottle. He says, now I want a 7-7. Thanks, Ben.
I actually went to like this mercantile exchange here in Columbus over the weekend, and I was looking for to see if they had any like old school like whiskey decanters or some like old like signage, like whiskey signage and stuff. The only thing I found was like this old Jim Beam sign from like I think it was like 1960 or 1950 or something like that. It's pretty cool. They wanted way too much money for it. I'm like, I'm not paying fucking $800 for that.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
That's outrageous.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Too much.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, Dan. There's dates on the tax strip.
Tax strip for the
Yeah.
On the old charter.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not on the bottom. It has on the bottom. There's only for those. There's only single digits, and then the Anchor Hocking label, the little anchor.
Your bottles for me.
What is it?
It's also a 78.
That's a birth year for you.
A birth year Bernheim.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
DSP number 2 is old Bernheim. But it was bottled in DSP 113,
I didn't
right?
even notice it. Let me see if it'll focus on it.
Hold on, let me zoom in. Hold on. Let me zoom in.
Oh yeah, at the
Oh,
top.
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yep.
71, 78.
Yep.
Distilled 71. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one, the yellow stand doesn't have it, but it has 2 different 2-digit date codes on the bottom, and you got to figure it's the later one.
Yeah. What's the other name associated with that name, Dan? Isn't it like Mattingly or something like that? The Bernheim. The DSP2, isn't it like Bernheim and like J.G. Mattingly or something like that?
It's
To Google.
Yeah, let me Google.
Hey, what's DSP one, by the way?
Heaven Hill Bernheim, aka New Bernheim.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. All right.
JG Mattingly, you got it.
Yeah, JG Mattingly. Yeah, it's DSP2.
I thought I had something here from them.
That'd be a good. How many Bernheims are there? DSP9 is Bernheim.
Yeah.
DSP10 is Medley. DSP8 is Four Roses.
Yeah, I have a medley here.
DSP7 is Early Times. DSP5 is Sunnybrook.
Yep.
And for $500, Dusty Dan, what's DSP4?
Sure, I don't know. I don't know the DSP.
For $500.
Is that Hermitage?
It is Hermitage.
All right, I'll take his money.
All right, Eric, I'll give you $500.
This doesn't have the DSP on it.
Eric barely says anything, and all of a sudden he's just like, "I know the answer."
Yeah, this medley doesn't say any kind of DSP on it, unless it was on the strip that broke. But this one has it on the bottom.
That's awesome.
Medley Distilled, Owensboro.
Yeah, where you guys are in Maryland, you might think you think there's a chance maybe you could run into some old ass ryes there.
It's pretty rare. I mean,
yeah,
you probably have to go to like the Eastern Shore from where we are to find anything like that. Local anyway, but.
Hey Dan, did you happen to get any of the later releases from the Maryland Heritage Collection ryes from that liquor store?
I did not.
I was just wondering how good they were, or if they were worth it. I haven't, after those first 3 releases, I haven't really heard much from those releases.
Yeah, I didn't try those. I don't know if Eric, did you try any of those or no?
I tried them all.
Did you? Yeah, I didn't try any of them. So
were they worth the cash?
So what would you get them for?
I mean, I was seeing for like $200 and $250. I don't know if they were worth that much.
Oh yeah, if you can get it for that, for sure. What did I like? The Sherwood was my. Was it Sherwood or Sherbrooke? No, Sherbrooke was my favorite of them. And then as well, what was the other one? The Mount Vernon, probably.
I think
Vernon's pretty wild.
I think my favorite was the Mount Vernon. I don't know if there's something about that yellow label too. I think. I know Dusty. We had some of the old Mount Vernon one of the times we hung out. It was pretty cool.
We did. That was the original, the OG Mount Vernon.
Yep, that was the Mount Vernon.
Is that like that 1916 bottle or super?
No. It was a Maryland rye from what year was that? Dan, was it like 1930s?
It's the 30s.
1930s. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy good too. It tasted good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dusty, thanks for sending me some of your samples and stuff, your Dusty samples. I was lucky enough to win some on your lives and stuff like that, and they're a lot of fun. I love.
Yeah, man, that's what it's all about, man. I've always been a big fan of sharing stuff, like, I mean, that's
Sharon.
just how,
Sharon.
Sharon.
Hell of a gal.
Yeah.
Jay, you tried the Waterford just recently, didn't you?
What's that, Dan?
You tried the Waterford, right?
Yeah, I drank that on the live stream on Wednesday.
Yeah, so it's only 80 proof, but
yeah, I mean, it was light, but it definitely had those just really good dusty bourbon flavors to it.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful bottle and a label too. Yeah.
The old school labels are really cool, man.
Yeah. Put that up in front of the camera again. I want to see that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
That's what she
said. Some of those old
Mm-hmm.
labels are pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is cool stuff.
Nice.
KO.
I don't know if anyone's noticed, but it's dark out at Vic's backyard.
Dan's got to be up in 5.5 hours.
What time is it?
11:40.
Oh my god, it's 11:40.
Guys, I got to call and I got to edit. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Same
bud.
here. Same here. All right, hey Dusty, thanks for letting me hang out for a little while. I appreciate it.
All right, Scotty.
See you, boys. Have a good evening. Have a good one.
See you, Scotty.
See you guys.
This is Kim Ashton journey to a KO bare knuckle pick. MGP high rye Kelvins are now around 7.5 years old. Okay.
Is that Kentucky Owl? KO?
No, that's so KO is it's like I said, it's bare knuckle, but I don't have the bottle here. It's gonna be in my my blind rye showdown. So that's like it's kind of like its own thing, but
okay.
Terrell, just if you want a bottle of it, just look out for the guy that fights like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Old school.
Yep.
Blind rye. After this one, that's exactly where I'll be.
Man, I'm gonna have a hard time waking up tomorrow. Oh my god!
Really? What time you gotta get up?
5.
At 5?
Yeah.
What up, Tommy?
I've done worse.
What's up, guys?
I gotta be presentable, like suit and tie.
Oh no!
I've
Yeah.
done worse.
Yeah.
I was always like up until
Dan-
February, man.
My problem is when I drive into DC, I have the worst fucking road rage ever. I hate bumper to bumper traffic. I hate
DC traffic sucks.
I hate bumper to bumper traffic, and that's all it is driving into DC. That's all it is. I hate it.
Hey Dan,
I don't enjoy it.
Dan, what do you do? And you don't have to tell us. What do you do for a living? How come you have to get up tomorrow morning and put a suit on?
Yes,
I work for now I work for a retailer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, just on a different side, but yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Just yeah. No other information needed. Just
No,
just
it's
curious.
not. I mean, it's not anything crazy.
No,
not anything crazy.
Everybody in here, over here and down, and everybody's got a job to do. Well,
Yep.
except for me because I'm retired, but everybody's got a job to do, and it's just kind of interesting to find out what everybody does on a day-to-day basis. And at nighttime, they go down into their bar area, with all their bottles in the background, and get on YouTube and have some fun.
Yep.
This is a cool thing, right?
I'm retired.
Tell that to my wife.
Yeah.
I'm pretty tired too.
Yeah.
No, retired.
Oh, sorry. My fault.
Yeah.
I'm on something else.
Yeah,
Tom, you're not working either, right? Aren't you
I
retired?
work
I'm
for a
just
retailer.
working on the house.
Yeah.
I sling ice cream cones. That's what I do.
No more work.
There
for me.
you go. Ice cream.
Dude, I honestly, man, work is work, right? Like
It's all the same.
it's all the fucking same, man. Like it doesn't matter what you fucking do. Like it doesn't matter what I did before. It doesn't matter what anybody like. What does it matter? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
What does it
Doesn't
matter?
matter what your job is as long as it pays, right?
What does it matter? Right.
Yeah.
Like obviously it's a night and day difference, right, from what I used to do, right? Like very, very vastly different. But yeah, I mean that's what I do now. So unfortunately I have to travel down to fucking DC, but it is what it is. So
How long of a drive is that for you?
in traffic, an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, it should be like 40 minutes normally, right? About that.
Roughly, depending.
If he gets pulled over because of road rage, it takes him a little longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
like
live
going
I was in
down
Baltimore. Baltimore to DC for me was about
Also, Dan, I did not know that OnlyFans was considered a retailer now, but that's good to know.
It's only Dan's. Only
Oh,
Dan's.
yeah, only Dan's.
Only Dan's.
You
I do
signed
have
up for-
my,
you signed up for that too?
I do, man. I got my feet pics up on there. So.
Oh God.
Darrell just immediately leaves. He's like,
Yeah, he's like, I'll go on, man.
I mean, they're kind of hot. I'm real.
No, it is. I mean that from what I do now to what I used to do is obviously a night and day difference. But
talking about military used to or prior to what you're doing. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, obviously vastly different, but
drastically.
Yeah,
that was different than anything I've ever worked for as well.
yeah, a little bit. But it is what it is. It's whatever. I mean, I got a good spot and do pretty well, so I can't complain too much, man. So
good for you.
Yeah.
When I retired from the Air Force and then I went to work for Lowe's, the only difference I really could tell was that I was moving more and walking more working at Lowe's.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a nice little rush there to kind of get back in.
That's right, Tommy. I forgot you were in the Air Force.
Yes, Chair Force.
Yeah.
So,
how long were you in for?
I did 24 years.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, wow. Great.
I was gonna get out at 20, but then I was like 4 more years. Actually, I was gonna try to do 26, but that didn't work out. But
the same thing with
every
college.
year you're over 20, it's an extra 2.5% on your.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2.5%.
Definitely.
I wasn't even close to that. So
yeah, I hit 6 and change, and I was done.
Yeah.
Although I would have stayed if I didn't have young children, I would have still been in. It just made it tough. Like,
you think so? Do you really think you would have stayed?
I think so because I enjoyed what I did. I had great leadership. I progressed through the ranks extremely, extremely fast.
Great leadership is like the night and day difference in everything.
Yeah, I did. Like if I had toxic, I would have been trying to get out. You know what I mean? But I had sergeants and master first sergeants that were just pushing you to be right. You know what I mean? But in a tactful manner, so it's not like screaming at you or yelling at you or just looking down on you. It was all legit, man. Like I said, I went from, and I came in as an E1. I couldn't pass the APFT through the Future Soldier program to get to E2 or E3. So I came in as an E1 and I did 6 years and I was an E6. So I made 6 and 6. I got wavered my first 4 promotions all the way up to specialist. And obviously you got to go to in front of the board for E5 and E6.
Yep. Well, yeah, because I mean, typically you find that people who speak different languages can typically sometimes go as a specialist too. So
I know when I joined, in order to be specialist, you had to have a college degree.
Yeah. Yep.
If you didn't have a college degree, you would come in as an E1. If you can pass the APFT prior, you would come in as an E2. I think if you had 2 years of college, you would come in as an E2 as well and pass the Shane come in as the. Some of these movies consisted of being a security guy.
Like they gave me a job.
See, like Paul Blart and Mall Cop.
Yeah.
Little segue.
Segue.
Oh, that's where I've seen you, Tommy.
Gentlemen, I gotta call it a night here too.
You worked closely with on the contracting side, though, right?
When I was in the military?
Yeah.
No. You said that I work with the contracting side?
Yeah, with them. Oh, Chris Lehman.
Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Northwest Bourbon's in the house. Cheers, Mark. Yeah. Did you? Maybe it was somebody else that I talked to that worked with contractors.
No.
That deployed with contractors on the.
Oh, so deployment, yes. But I don't know if that was me because I didn't really talk too much about deployments. But you would have a lot of tech guys and satellite guys on contract, on ground, just making sure all the equipment's good.
Gotcha. Okay.
We were never contracted to work with.
Gotcha.
Outside companies, right?
Okay. I got it.
But I miss it though. But yeah, no young kids, man. Probably would have been in. I just missed too much, man. My son, when I first had the first.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Year and a half out of 2 years, I missed. You
never get that time back either, man.
No, and those are the stages you want to be there. That's when the first teeth, the walking, and all this. I missed every milestone in the beginning.
I worked in afterwards. I worked in Jersey for a little while, and I had an apartment there, and I had my house here. So I had 2 places to live, and same thing. I missed out on a lot of stuff because I had to spend so much time in Jersey.
Yeah.
So sucked, man. But
yeah, you're out now.
Yeah. Cheers, Mark. You got Big League Bourbon in the house.
Chris?
Big League.
Oh, man.
No FGWC.
Yep.
I ain't seen
seeing
that
that
name
name in
in a
chat.
while.
That just
What's up,
means
Chris?
it's off the clock.
See you in about 5 weeks, sir.
Where are you going to see him, Darrell?
Pours in the park.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I believe it.
But I'll see you 3 weeks after that.
3 weeks after that, man.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot of fun, too. I can't wait for
You
that.
guys are pretty lucky. You got a lot of stuff like that going on out east.
Well, that's the first thing on the east, right? For us. Damn,
Yeah,
like there's everything's been like middle of the country, like Kentucky-ish, that area, Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, it's never on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Besides Cheech's meetup that was in Florida, but I guess that's still considered East Coast. But
It's the Southeast.
that was it, right? It's on the East
It's
Coast, but that was
Mid-South.
like the closest thing
Florida's
to
its own country.
meetup.
Nothing in the West.
Yeah, this Pours event's going to be nuts with the amount of people going now. A lot of new faces. Then, you know, Jason's literally like 3 weeks after. Man, I got to book my my hotel. I got the event tickets already.
I'm so far behind on getting stuff, man. I haven't even got the Matching Journey meetup tickets yet.
Dude, you were behind 3 weeks ago when
I know.
Dan, I locked in. I mean, I fully expect the universe to laugh at me, but I locked in.
Oh, you're going now?
To Sagamore, definitely.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you know, unless, like I said, unless the universe laughs like usual.
Nice. What about Pours? Up in the air, or that's a no-go for you?
Still up in the air. It's a haul.
It's fun, man. Like
Where is that at again?
In Detroit.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's Auburn Hills is where like the hotel is, and then the park is a little bit farther northwest of there, but it's real close. It's 30 minutes drive from the hotel.
Yeah, the only thing I wish granted, I know there was like some type of falling out with Valentine because somebody left, but I wish their VIP was back at Valentine because that event was ridiculous. Like, dude, you had 15, 16-year-old freaking Pingree picks to like just drink all day or all night. Like, it was like 15, 16, 13, and a 7-year black, which has like freaking 15. It's mainly like 13 and 15-year-old in it. Like,
they
the
couldn't
4
handle
bottles
it,
that you can shoot. Oh my god!
It sucked when their machine went down. They lost credit card access, so I didn't bring cash with me. I
remember towards the end, the machine went down.
And it was hot as hell.
It was. I'll take the temperature being hot for that type of whiskey.
but you're also a skinny ass, and I'm a fat ass. So
hey, there's ways to fix it.
You're a moderate ass.
I'm trying. I got into the 280s today.
Vic, what's the temp out by you right now?
Ah, shit. Lovely.
Probably like 70.
67.
Oh my god. That is my perfect weather, man.
Like, it doesn't get too hot for them, but it doesn't get too cold either. It's like Miami. Like, dude, Miami never hit 100. Well,
dude,
in like the last 100 years, it hasn't hit like 100
San Diego has like the best temperature ever. Like,
yeah, it's just perfect. Give me like
67 here in Miami,
where I can wear shorts or pants and be comfortable.
Either or.
I'm good.
Yeah.
That's like ideal for me.
Rob D says, cheers, drinking a Buffalo Trace store pick that tastes like a 50 Welch's grape and cream soda. Nice. Okay. Blake Benson says, question for Ben, since you recovered your seat with the devil after your Friday night stream, do you think a Titan sub decanter will make it out to the market?
Anything's possible. I did get a possible new greatest meme today. For the submarine.
Titan sub decanter would make it out.
Well, there are already 3D printer models.
Yeah. That whole thing is just crazy to me, man. Like, I don't know. I mean, you feel bad for him to a certain extent, but like,
yeah,
like that had to be like
feet in a little sub.
Yeah, well, I'll go to hell after my stream Friday.
Yeah, I seen that and I was like, oh my god. I was like, what are you doing?
I wouldn't have went on that trip.
No, God, no.
I mean, for them, hope I would hope anyway that they were dead before it actually imploded. But you know,
I doubt it, but it's
Yeah.
instant, dude. Like,
Oh,
you know what I
yeah,
mean? So
yeah,
none of
yeah.
them felt anything, I
No,
would imagine, which
no,
is the
no.
great thing about it. But like, just dude, like you go 100 feet. Like, well, I don't know if you guys ever went like scuba diving, but like even the pressure with scuba diving is absolutely ridiculous. Never mind going 12,000 or trying to descend to 12,000 feet. Like, there's no way. But it's pressurized, right? So you're not obviously feeling that pressure, but just the fact that
but
there's a
you're
lot
relying
that
on
can
the
go wrong.
nuts and bolts of somebody else built
Yeah,
machines.
there's a lot that can go wrong.
Oh,
you know what? The pressure of muff diving is bad enough. I'm just saying, right?
I can spot one a mile away.
Oh man.
Yeah. Cheers, right?
That one definitely that got a couple smirks. That shit caught me off guard.
They didn't feel anything had happened. It was like, yeah, no, yeah.
Sorry, I had to interject that, right?
That was funny, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, but the crazy thing is, right? And I know we're on stream still, but like they talked about the shit that went on while all that happened, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All the stories that were kind of skipped over as all that kind of happened, but
Oh yeah, the media was, had their attention somewhere else.
yeah,
Not in Washington.
Yeah. It's funny how that kind of stuff works, though. You know what I mean?
Carbon fiber on race cars blasts apart with
Yeah.
impact, kind of thing.
Well, I mean, in one of those, I mean, this.
You go 2,000.
I mean, again, to Darrell's point, I mean, at that point, hopefully they were dead before it actually did implode. But you're not going to feel anything. I mean, that's
But
just
not to be like too morbid or gross, but wouldn't that sort of the implosion, would that
dude, they disintegrated, like
vaporize? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Thanos,
a
like
good word that wasn't kind of gross.
Yeah, they disintegrated, man. Like
Yeah, and then the water came in and they washed it. They're gone.
yeah, there's nothing left besides maybe some bones at the bottom of the ocean, but
yeah.
Oh, well.
Sad, but
it's tough,
anyway.
man. It's tough.
Yeah. Let's talk
the
about
conspiracy
bourbon.
theory is they're all living on a separate island. They all went their way. The billionaire hooked them up, and they staged the implosion.
ocean investors are now broke, make a lawsuit. I believe it. Yeah. I mean, there was crazy, man. I mean, I looked at like all these different things that were happening that happened during this whole thing, and I was like, God damn.
I doubt lawsuits are really even like everybody's signing waivers, right?
Well, I mean,
like
the one guy
skydiving,
came out
right?
and said like
Guys
there was all
skydiving,
kinds
you
of-
can't sue.
Yeah, I mean, there was all kinds of shit wrong, and like they just like, it's fine. Okay.
If that was the case, but how? Like, I don't know how do they prove, especially when something implodes, right? How do you prove that it truly failed from?
You can't. Yeah.
Lack of doing something. Like that's a tough lawsuit to win.
Yeah.
Especially when they sign waivers for that point. Like, hey, if this fails or that fails, and like I sign my life away every time I jump out of a plane, dude.
Yep.
Like it's literally like it comes down to you can have 15 reserves, and if they all fail, it's still not their fault.
Yep. I mean, the whole thing is like crazy, man. They talk about like there was a descendant from the person from the Titanic on there that died. Like that. I don't know, man. That whole thing is just crazy to me. Like,
yeah.
This gaming, gaming controller stocks going up through. Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
Here we go.
Terrible.
Yeah.
So much for a 2-hour stream, Dan.
Yeah.
I know. All right, we're going off live. We gotta go off live now.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good as long as you're good.
Hey Dan, what's your record for live streams?
Oh, I mean, they're probably not crazy long. I mean, I don't know, like
5 hours.
Tell him, Vic. Tell him.
I think 6.
Yeah, 6 was right around my
Really?
my yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. But it's cool, you know.
We're breaking it tonight.
What's your longest, Vic? 9? 24?
No, like 8.
8.
8?
That's
Really,
all
Vic?
modest,
Really,
like,
Vic?
just
That's a
8.
long time.
Just 8.
But you know what? If you sit around and you have a couple drinks with buddies online and hang out and have a good time, what the heck, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Time flies.
Pay out. Oh, okay.
I mean, that's what it's all about.
It is. I mean, it's hard. I mean, because I know it's different for Vic because like he's West Coast right now. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. He just woke up.
It's different. You know what I mean? We get on, we're all buzzed up. Vic's like, "Hey, I'm just starting, motherfuckers."
Let's go.
Shit, my wife told me, she's like, "You hopping on a stream?" Oh, she's like, "You streaming today?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "You hopping on somebody's stream?" I'm like, "Nah." Every day I say it, I'm like, "Oh." I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm gonna take today off." Fucking somebody like you comes on, I'm like, "Shit, goddamn,
Yeah, I gotta be
gotta
there.
drink." Fucking Tuesday, I'm like, "Shit." Wednesday, my stream, goddamn, like. Tough to find a day that I'm not drinking.
Oh,
Yeah, fucking warm in my house though.
It helps when my wife watches Japanese TV. Nothing else.
Yeah.
I probably got like one more pour in me. I may pour more of this though.
I am going to go off live, though, guys. We can go backstage. Guys, thank you all for stopping in tonight. Much appreciated. I do, like I said, I do have to get up fairly early, so we'll cut off here and then just not hang out too much longer afterwards. But thank you all for hopping on tonight's live. Next week, I think I'm going to start the Blind Rye Showdown. So I'll enter the barrel-proof ryes into a randomizer and then randomize it, and that's going to be however the bracket is laid out. I'm not going to go into this top whiskey tier, you know, the number one seeds and stuff. I'm not gonna do that. So I'm just gonna do it as just randomized. So wherever it lands, it lands. So we're gonna do that. It is gonna stretch across several weeks.
Yeah.
However, I can maybe throw like a live or two in there in between to kind of separate the time that I'm doing those. So. Again, thank you all for hanging out tonight. Much appreciated. I love you all, and I will see you next Monday night. Cheers, everyone. Like I said, everyone on screen, you guys can hang out. I'm just going to go ahead and end the broadcast now. Cheers, guys.
Later.
Next time.